Greetings, Biafrans. Greetings, lovers of freedom. As you are joining, please try to share the video. Kena join, try ya kesa the video. Kesa kaina ganiru. We must continue. I gotta continue to preach the word of God, the gospel truth of Biafra restoration, the gospel truth which God wants us to be preaching every day. And I gotta continue, irrespective of whatever that happened. We have to create time for our own freedom. I get create little time to fight for our own restoration of Biafra. Makana, without that, onwere first anyị na-akọ. Kevin Collins, greetings from here. Apachino Austin, ekenem gị. Vicky Chooks, that is the question you need to ask yourself, and I am asking you today. You have to answer it. Chizoba Peter ekenem gị. Nje. Batlomi, greetings from here. Adegod. Ekenem gị Obinna Ebere Ugochukwu, greetings from here. We must continue to preach this very gospel truth of Chukwu Okike Abiam. Umechi Boeze, greetings from here. Enwe the reason Chineke ji wee wepụta ka anyị bịa preach this gospel truth. Nna Kenneth, ekenem gị. Snow White, Frederick, greetings from here. John Ibe, ekenem gị. Princess Success Ogubike, greetings from here. Chooks Collins, ekenem gị. Nwiboko Chid Pascal, greetings. Raphael Jacob, greetings from here. Mamai, ekenem gị. Uchenna Ije, greetings from here. We must preach the truth. Eziokwu nwe onye na-ene anya, that is the truth. Onye ọbụla ifu na-ekwu eziokwu na-enwe many enemies. And onye ọbụla ifu nwe many enemies, ga-anyocha anya onye ahụ na-eme ife ọma. Maka na many people these days, people nke bụ eziokwu na people hate truth more than any other thing. People hate the truth more than any other thing you can imagine. And ha ga na try every possible means iji push oge ka ịdapụ na that truth. Alụ Nwankwọ ekenem gị. Chukwu nyere Emmanuel ekenem gị. Chinemere m Robert ekenem gị. More bless Samson, greetings from here. Gerard Oji ekenem gị. IPOB one family. We are one family. And you cannot divide us. Nobody can divide us and nobody can chase us out. That is why we are family. Nobody can tell you you are no longer part of your family again. Who does that? Family is family. And that's one thing we must understand. So IPOB have come to restore Biafra. And that Biafra is what we must restore. Whether they like it or not, we must fight to restore Biafra. So ana m agwa onye ukwu na agwa onye nta, Okeke onye kachi. Mgbe ọbụla ikwu n'eziokwu, ekwene ka ndị mmadụ push oge out of that eziokwu maka na we have many agents of push out. I will call them people that are determined to push people out. Kingsley Indobisi, greetings from here. Celestine Ikechukwu ekenem gị. Samuel Anthony, greetings from here. Mgbe ọbụla ị bịara ikwu eziokwu or mgbe ọbụla hafụ that you are saying nothing but the truth, ha ga-find everything to make sure that either they blackmail you or they will push you out. But when you stand for that truth, then they will now come on to tell you that you are doing this. They will find every means to know if they can push you out. So I must urge you to remain for the truth. Today we have come to speak the truth. And that truth today. But why have we corrected the mistake that led to the surrender of Biafrans in 1967 to 1970? What led to Biafrans to surrender during the war? And have we corrected that mistake? And what is that mistake? And how is that mistake? How is it affecting us today in this current day Biafra struggle? That mistake in the wave and the impact on a play negative impact or bad impact. Area on a play, Igwe Philip, greetings from here. Ichaka Ogach, greetings from here. These are the questions. And before I continue, Grace Ebuka, I would like to bring you in. If you're a human being, truth, I would like to bring you in. And you have to define the meaning of saboteur. And if you can give me a good, perfect of definition, then give me 3 of my character that match with that definition. I will dash you 1,000 euro. I don't know, because you're a freedom fighter. You don't know what freedom is all about. So I'm a member. So on this note, can buy your summer can I time maybe I'll respond to what on the actually 98. That's the kalaka. So I'm here quasi. Just be there. I'm going to post to lead the link. Now, Kanganu Ngagodu Konu Bionya Bia before I kawa kashiri because only Enjimakia Webia. Gini Kanjimakia Webia, di Kanisukum. The topic I drop here. Have we corrected our mistake that led Biafran to surrender to the zoo in 1967 to 1970? Have we corrected that mistake? What is that mistake? Now, let me first of all, during the war 1967 to 1970, first of all, Ojukwu was taken unaware. Ojukwu was taken unaware. Nigeria bring the war, and Ojukwu fought what we call defensive war. Defensive war. That is the first one, because he was still thinking that we can still come on a round table to make it happen, to settle the differences, to settle every issue in the zoo. Ojukwu don't have that mind that at a time Nigeria will just bring war to him. Because if Ojukwu know that Nigeria will bring war to him, he will first of all prepare for war by creating everything necessary, because he know what war is all about. He know where he goes to, and he know what all those things mean. He know all those things. And after all those things, he could have prepared, but he never thought about war, because he so much believed in Aburi Accord. He so much believed in the round table. He so much believed in political solution without war. And that is one thing that make Ojukwu to lose more men during that war. The second thing again is hunger. Hunger is one of the greatest weapons Gowon used against Ojukwu. And that hunger, the question I want to ask now is this: have we corrected that mistake of hunger in these days of Biafra agitation? And in what area, which role did Gowon use hunger to kill us, or to weaken Ojukwu soldier and Biafrans entirely at large? Now we can remember that the story, because I was not born during the Biafran war. I was not born during the Biafran War, and many people have been born and they have that experience. So during that war, I was told by the people who witnessed the war and by the history, because we learned through the past events and the no event, no history, that the Gowon government used hunger to finish Biafrans, and Ojukwu surrendered because of the people that he's trying to save is being killed by hunger, not by Nigerian government, not by Nigerian soldiers, but by hunger, because Ojukwu blocked the border where they will now be using to import food to the Igbo land. Ojukwu blocked the place. I mean, Gowon blocked the border from Cameroon, where they will bring food to the people of Biafra, which led to the Cameroon taking over Bakassi Peninsula as an agreement they have with the Zoo government. Now, those things that happened during 1967 to 1970, have we corrected it in this our own time? In what area have we corrected it? Now, let me break it down to you, because we have not corrected that mistake. The reason I say that we have not corrected that mistake is, as it is now, the first one, Ojukwu believed in Aburi Accord. He never think that Nigeria will bring war to him. He so much believe in round table that we will now find solution with peace talk and all those things. And before you know it, they have an agreement. And that agreement is that, okay, we have to restructure Nigeria. Everybody will be in charge. Before you know it, Nigerian bring war to Ojukwu. Gowon bring war. Today, this recent Biafran agitation, we are so much believing again, repeating the mistake of Ojukwu instead of correcting the mistake of Ojukwu. Today, we are repeating the mistake of Ojukwu instead of correcting that mistake that Ojukwu made by standing, prepare in case of necessity. If these people bring this thing to us, how can we stand? You should not show your weakness to your enemy. And the only thing that the zoo will understand now is the action that we will be speaking without any demonstration of fear, that we are ready to go at all costs at any given point. We must not believe anything that has to do with Nigerian round table without any action. If Ojukwu knew that Gowon will bring war to him, he will not go for that Aburi Accord. He will first of all come back home and draw the map and prepare Biafrans for war. He will prepare his people for war. And that is the mistake we are making today. We believe that a political solution without any action, without anything, can give us Biafra. We think that the Zoo government can just come on a round table without any fear of losing anything. You think Nigerian government can come in a round table thinking that you have what they are fearing you for just the order you give on air without any action on ground. You must have a rethink. You must have a rethink. That is the mistake Ojukwu made, because he never expected that the government will bring war. Now, we know that these people can declare war on us at any given time. Yet, we think that there is something we will be pampering. We are waiting until they are the one who will give us the war, so that we will still fight another defensive war again. You don't repeat mistake of your father. You learn from the mistake of your father to be more greater than your father. which means we have to learn from that mistake of Ojukwu in order to be greater than Ojukwu, because we need to be greater than Ojukwu before we now do better than Ojukwu. If you are not greater than Ojukwu, you cannot do more than Ojukwu. If you are not more rough than Ojukwu, you cannot supersede the power of Ojukwu. For Biafra to come, for us to restore Biafra, we need to supersede. We need to double the effort of Ojukwu, because his own during his time he never achieved it, because he don't see who he will correct that mistake from. Ojukwu fought war of like a woman who have a first pregnancy. There is a lot of mistake if the mother is not there to correct it. And the Biafrans, we have our mother. Now we need to correct, because if we don't, we will repeat, we will still surrender the second time to the zoo government. If we are not more tough, more everything that we will do, more stubborn than Ojukwu, more intellectual than Ojukwu, more, that is, aim higher than Ojukwu, we will surrender again to the zoo government. We must not speak the peaceful words of Ojukwu. We will speak tough words. We will speak tough words. We will act tough, more tougher than Ojukwu. Everything we'll be doing it double than Ojukwu. That is the only way you will now date people. will know that you have risen up to do that thing Ojukwu was unable to do. Whenever they tell you that what Ojukwu cannot do, you are the one, you think you can achieve it. The reason why they use that word is because you have not even equaled Ojukwu's record, not to talk of breaking his record. You want to tell me that if Biafrans of today are Biafrans of the time of Ojukwu, instead of them to defend the land, they will not surrender themselves to be killed because we want peace. Before Ojukwu start fighting war, even knowing fully well that he is not prepared, he knows that surrendering before fighting is a total compromise, and it's an abomination. That does not make a man a man. Today, we surrender before even anything. We succumb, we crumble before they even shout. We are afraid for them to shout. They have not even shaken us. We have surrendered. And you tell me that is on you can do something. You are here talking. You are here bragging that you know the structure. Is it the structure that Nigerian government want to know? What Nigerian government want is to make sure that nobody talk about Biafra, not to talk of you protecting structure. And they are moving forward, pumping money, using everything they have. Now, if we can march to protect our land, if we can take total control of our land, if we can be in charge of our land, that is when we can say, yes, we are free to go. You cannot be talking about you are free to go when you are not in charge of your land. If you are not in charge of your land, you cannot speak that you want to break away. Break away from who? First of all, your first breakaway, the Biafran breakaway, will be in total charge of their land. Before Ojukwu fight a war, Ojukwu was in total control of all eastern region. Go and check it. That is why Ojukwu was able to face the real enemy. Today, are we in charge of Biafra land? Who is in charge of Biafra land? Is Fulani person. Is Fulani person is in charge of Biafra land. Starting from the commissioner of police to every DPO is Fulani people. The Biafran today are so weak that they cannot even request for ordinary indigenous security. And you want your freedom from who? You need to have a place before you start protecting it. What are you trying to protect? I am asking you. Where are you trying to protect? Who are the security chiefs that is protecting, that will give order in Biafra land today? Now, ask yourself, why do federal government reject local police? Why do federal government reject local police? Do you know the functions of local police? Just a minute, I'm coming. I think the baby is crying. Now, ask yourself, or the land in charge, the land that you cannot control even your border. When you check every border that have connection with the other people, the security people that are in charge are the Fulanis. You have not taken over that land, and you are talking about freedom. You are talking about freedom. Freedom from who? You have to be total in charge of your land before you will now tell the government that this is my land, I want to go. Someone say it's a referendum, not political solution. Sometimes I don't know how some people reason. So you think political solution that will lead to referendum will be with this hand that you are seeing here? Let me tell you, with what is happening here today, if we continue with this hand, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will grow white beard and white hair in DSS custody. Nothing will happen. Go and mark it. With the hands we are using today to follow this very Biafra, if we continue with this hand, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will not only spend his entire life there, even some other leaders will soon join him in DSS. But you can stop that with your actions. That proverb is coming from the Igbo land. Do you know the meaning of that? If you are dragging land with empty hand, that means who have yam will be putting his yam in that in the ground, because he know that you are nothing. That is why I tell you, have we corrected the mistake of 1967 to 1970 that led to the Biafran to surrender to the zoo? Have we corrected it? Or are we still making the same mistakes? I'm telling you, the first weapon the government use, because before they go on bring the war to Juku, they have already started planning to fight that war. And they have already built allies with other countries. They have already have agreements with countries like France, with Britain being in charge. That is why you see that the other foreign land, Ojukwu, it never occurred on Ojukwu. It never occurred on Ojukwu that these people will bring war to him. That is why Ojukwu never have any ally that helped him during the war. He fought alone. Now we have seen the danger that the zoo government is willing. They have formed they have paid many countries and have many agreements with many countries to support them if something like that happens. They have formed all these things. And we think that coming out to be shouting every day is what can give us Biafra. The things that Ojukwu used to fight were weapons produced by the Igbos. At least we could have the power of producing the weapon to continue. But immediately after the war, we failed woefully. Immediately after the war, they conquered us not only in manufacturing and everything. They kill our career. We surrendered both our brain and our destiny to them. That is why up to today, where is the company? How many people we're supposed to be competing with Israel and France in terms of weapon, Russia? But because we don't know anything again, we don't know what we want because we are not serious, because we are not ready to fight, because we are afraid now that weapons that Ojukwu Ogbunigwe ahụ Ojukwu ha lụpụta onwelozi ebe a na-alụ ya tata n'ala Igbo. We are no longer doing that. Have we go for that? Now, do you know the reason the zoo government say no to local police? Because what is local police? Local police is that your village, the police that will be in your village, the person will come from your village. Because the who come from your village know every corner way in your village that is in your village. And when before armed robber will come from outside to come and rob and go scot-free, without that policeman capturing him, you know that he have an agreement with the policeman, with the security. But today, we are a Fulani man all the way from Kano, Sokoto, Madugri. They will deploy him to come and become a sergeant in Anambra State, become a DPO in Anambra State, mount them in every junction. Nobody is talking about that. Before Biafra before any person will talk about Biafra referendum, we must decide to die. We must accept that name, terrorists. If we are rejecting the name terrorists, if we are rejecting to die, if we don't want to take the bull by the horn, we are still not yet ready to fight for Biafra restoration. If we are afraid to be called names, if we are afraid to be arrested, if we are afraid to do the needful, that means we are afraid of freedom. Because if you are using Bible to give quotation, ask yourself, who did Moses confront before leading Israel out of Egypt? He confronted the king of Egypt, and they challenged each other. And forcefully, not peacefully, forcefully, Moses take Israel out of Egypt. Even on their way going, Pharaoh continued pursuing them until to the Red Sea that swallowed them, sink all of them. Mbaka Chibo, I don't remove any comment. I don't even read. I'm not interested in any comment. The only thing I know is that if you comment a good thing, I can only show it on on the screen for people to see. But if you comment rubbish, I'll leave you on. Maybe Facebook remove your comment. I don't know what you commented that made them to remove it. So I'm not interested in your comment. I'm only interested in the message I am passing. Okay? So I'm not after what you are there writing. If you like abuse from now till tomorrow, that is not my business. If you say something meaningful, you will see me. I will display it for others to read and learn from it, because we are here to learn. Now, the second weapon the Zul you go and use against Ojukwu is hunger. That hunger is what they are using to threaten us this day. What is that hunger? They are in charge of food. They are in charge of producing things. They are in charge of anything that has to do with economy. Yes, we deceive ourselves to say that Igbos are in charge of Nigerian economy. Let me tell you today, you will disagree with me, but before you disagree, I will drop this link for you to come out and let me tell you that Igbos are not in charge of Nigerian economy. Rather, Fulanis and Hausa are in charge of Nigerian economy. And I will prove it to you here. If you have a spirit argument, tell me that you have a spirit argument on this. I will now bring you in. Then we will disagree to agree. The Igbos are not in charge of Nigerian economy. Rather, Fulani and the Hausas are in charge of economy. Let me prove it to you. You say that Igbos are good in business. When you come, you will say that do you know how much they generate in Onitsha? Do you know how much the federal government you have in Onitsha main market? All those things. The goods, the Fulani decide for goods not to come to Onitsha. Will you generate that money? No. How many industry company do you have in Onitsha that is producing what you are selling in Onitsha? The people that control it is Fulani. You own the goods, the Fulani own you, meaning that the Fulani own you and your goods. Tonna N. Igwe, like I tell you this, in this struggle, let me make it very clear. This struggle is like heavily raised. You don't run a struggle with being in the person's back. You put yourself in your own front, carry your own cross on your own shoulder or your head. Because if you depend on anyone, the person will disappoint you at every given time. You say you control the economy. How many company, how many factory do you have in Biafra land? In the company where you say you own, where are the companies? The companies are in the north, and the north are in charge of you, which means it's like the Igbos are like women in their husband's house. Your husband owns you, and you think you have money, and your husband is you're under your husband. That means your husband owns you, own that money you have. That is why when you say Biafra today, they will ask you, what of our properties in the north? Have you seen it that you don't have the anything? That these people control your economy. They control you. You are afraid to come home because your property and that your economy is in the land of the northern people. They own it. Chimezie Nwogu, greetings from here. I cite you, okay? Chigozie, I still cite you. They own you because you will be afraid to relocate. That is why today there is no seaport in Biafra land. There is no good international airport in Biafra land. Your goods, there is no factory, no company in Biafra land. So how do you control the economy? Where is the economy? You owned it. It's in the northern land. Your property is in the north, and they are bragging that you do you know how much I have in the north? That is why they tell you what is it called? The other idiot that said that he is the leader of the Fulani Herdsmen movement, tell you that only the properties that Igbos have in Kano is more than the properties the Fulani and the Hausa people have in Biafra land and Oduduwa land. So when you see all these things, when you claim to be in charge, and you know fully well that if there is anything happen today, if the Fulani people say no to onions, where will the onions come? Why is Igbos not investing in agriculture? Why is Igbos not investing in agriculture? Does it mean that if Anyoba don't have money to invest in agriculture in Enugu State, in Anambra State, in Nnewi where he come? Does it mean that Ato Ezenukpo cannot invest in agriculture? Today, if Fulani decide not to bring onions in Biafra land, Biafra will run out of onions. That's the same method, that's the same strategies, that's the same thing they used in 1967 to 1970 to cause Kwashoko to Biafrans. We have never corrected that mistake. We have never corrected that mistake. That mistake is what they are still using to finish us today. If the Fulanis, how many places in Biafra land is cultivating carrots, onions? Come think about it. How many places in Biafra land that you can see Ewibo, Efibo, even the gods of our land, who you cannot sacrifice a foreign cow before, it's now you use foreign cow in the name of Efibo is too cost. How have you corrected that mistake? That is why when they say banning of cow meat, do you know that our failure to correct the 1967 to 1970s problem strategy from the Fulanis have make us not to make that banning of cow to be more difficult today? Because some people will ask you, how will you now cope? If they buy the cow meat, how will we cope? After the war, do the Igbos, do the Biafrans sit down to ask themselves, why did we fail? Why did these people defeat us like this? It's true that they will tell you, say, Biafrans say, nobody win in that war. You are a liar. The Nigerian government defeated Biafra. I must tell you the truth, because that's the truth that will set us free. And the reason, the weapon they used to defeat us, the reason and the weapon they used to defeat us is hunger. They are in charge of the food. If anyone tell you that our land is not fertile, the person is lying. Because when you fight and someone win you, you need to come back and sit on the rank and sit down. Where is my error? Where did I get it wrong? This person don't supposed to win me. This person, I am bigger than this person. I have power more than this person. Why did this person win me? Where did I get it wrong? Where have I failed? You will go deep. When you go deep, you will dig deep. When you find your errors, you correct it. That is why I ask this question. If you say that the Biafrans were not defeated, the question you need to answer me now is, why did everything, both the money that the Biafrans have in the bank, why do they seize it? Why did they refuse to develop the Biafra land and take everything to the north? Because we surrendered, and because there's no person apart from Ojukwu at that point. Today, you will say, we Igbos are rich. Who control that you're rich? Where is the headquarters of Nollywood? 90% of the actors and the actresses of Nollywood are Biafrans. Where is the headquarters? It's in Oduduwa land. They will come to Asaba, Biafra land, act all the whole movies. They will take it to Lagos. Why can't they go Lagos to act it? Because there's no material there to act it. The mistake of 1967 to 1970, we have not corrected it. We are still afraid. We cannot stand on our feet. We are still waiting. If you don't have a leader like Ojukwu and Effiong again, because we only have Mazin Nnamdi Kanu, but we have not gotten the second in command that will stand tall like him to march us forward. Do you think that if Effiong is like Nakwala Parapara, like the recent leaders we have today in this struggle, do you think that when Ojukwu ran out, that Biafra can sustain that war up to when Ojukwu called for the surrender? You need men, not gospels. You need men that have lion hearts. Efibo, how many people do ask yourself? If even children of nowadays, you in Igbo land today, you will see a child, 20 years old boy, adult. He don't know, he cannot even recognize, he don't know what is Efibo. They use hunger to defeat us, and after they defeat us, instead of us coming coming home to say these are the weapons, the two weapons they use to kill us is they have weapon more than us, and they use hunger. And we are talented, we are gifted with producing all these things. Why did we fail to invest into weapon, producing weapon, and into agriculture? Israel is more stronger today that when they speak, the world will listen. Is because they are into producing of weapon and the agriculture. Israel is one of the countries who are into agriculture today, and they are into weapon because they know that these are the most two dangerous weapon you can use against any person. You claim to be, we are Israel. You are this, you are this. I tell you, you did not relate to Israel because your mentality is, you are not reasoning like Israel. You are not thinking like Israel. Ask yourself, you want to be like Israel. Israel is investing more of their finance into producing weapons and agriculture. Biafrans, we are investing more in the Catholic Church and Anglican Church in building church. And they think Biafra will now come on a round table. The Fulani I know, who have more weapon and more people that will die for them. You think because you come on Radio Biafra to tell us, we have to do this, they will start doing it. They will test your power. They must test your power. They must test your resolute. They must test your toughness. Before the round table, they can talk about it. Without testing your toughness, without testing your resolute, nobody can give you anything that has to do with referendum. If referendum is being taken as you think, what is holding Catalonia? Spain here, what is holding them not to have their referendum? What is holding them? Because you have to test the mental toughness, the resolute. You have to show that if you are giving a country, that you are ready to die for your country. That is why I tell you that have we corrected that mistake of 1967 to 1970? We have not corrected it. Before you can talk about political solution or referendum, you have to show your mental toughness. You have to show that you are ready to go. Abulabai, come out to speak a grammar, use the verb past tense, and you speak good vocabulary. You think you have arrived. Fulani man don't need those things, and they conquered you. Hausa man don't need it, they conquered you. Did the Fulani use vocabulary to move Nigerian capital to the north? Is it vocabulary they use? They use common sense and wisdom that God gifted them. What are we using our own to do? We are using our own to detect who is a saboteur, who will pay monthly dues, because you are foolish. Once you start reasoning like human being, you start asking questions. As this now, we are like a baby that is 7 months baby before the Nigerian government. And me and you know that a baby of 7 months cannot do anything to adults. Nigerian is looking at Biafran today as a 7-month-old baby because we are more good in yapping nonsense than to look into the struggle, to look into what we need to fix our nation. Do you think that restoration of a nation is restoring a lost family? No, you think it's by looking for in America who lost in America and bring the person in Biafra land? That is not it. It requires sacrifice. Taking the bull by the horn. That is why I keep on asking, what is Biafran doing today? What are we doing? Where have we have not been able to take over our own land to protect our land. You need to protect your land. Be in charge of your land first. When you are in charge of your land, you know your boundary. You know that when you march, this is a place you can host your flag, that you cannot trespass this place. This is the person you have a boundary with. That is the truth. But guess what? What is asking? Welcome to the program, Mwachineke. Are you there?
Hello, Mwachineke.
Loud and clear, all the clear.
I cannot hear you.
Yes. I can hear you, I believe. Joshua, if you say that Biafra is the engine, who is controlling that engine? Because engine cannot work on its own. Engine is there, good. But who is controlling the engine? The person that is controlling the engine is a Fulani man, meaning that the engine has no power of himself. That is why I tell you, Biafra are like horse that labor for others to survive. Biafra is like a motor that cannot control himself or itself. It's being controlled by another thing. That is why in the country where you are today, the Fulani decide for you. Ask yourself, if Biafra is the engine and Biafra is piloting it, what to stop you not to produce a president since Nigeria have their independent joint democracy? And not even that, since Nigeria gained their independence, there is no any reasonable Igbo man, or there is no Igbo man that have ruled Nigeria for just 1 year. Odilo, who is the person? And you are the engine. You are not the engine. You are the sufferhead. You are the tools. You are the slave that they used to work. You are the tools. In Biafra land today, we cannot boast of anything. What will you boast of in Biafra land? Is it your culture? They have destroyed it. Biafra can be restored when the people of Biafra decide to take it upon themselves. When you decide to do the needful thing and damn the consequences, that is when Biafra will come. As it is now, what we are playing is Egu John Joroko. Nobody wants to hear what you are talking. The UN don't want to hear you because you are not doing anything. Mazin Namnikani, one of his brokers, he said that he meets one of the white person and he talk about Biafra. He said to him, what are you still doing? What? Go back home. You must start doing something before they will come. Are you there? That is the reason. Ejebe, your network is destroying. That is the reason. Ejebe, any nation that you see that they want to have their freedom, you will never see anything relenting in that very area. That area will be boiling. They will be making sacrifice upon sacrifice. You need to be pushing, tough, everything. Biafra will be gotten. Biafra can never be achieved through a referendum without a sacrifice. Nobody will give you Biafra in a platter of gold. Hello? At the moment, I'm on air. Okay, man, you get check and connect here on air then. Just a minute. Okay, you can go ahead now.
Okay. And they were
watching.
I'm follow me, you know. Okay, going to follow for some years now, you know.
Exactly.
One Italo, and that will not be you. We go find IPOB in Italo. I joined IPOB 2013. Okay.
Wow, very long time.
Now, yes. Now my brother Deacon, I have been where as it is now, more for 3J IPOB. Anything on the media because now, if I know my hip for Mazi, if you go me for 4 years, look, India, as a man, as an area in the structure, Manitan Najo, Indian about GOS, about that, I was victim. I hear you go carry the structure, everything IPOB. I'm a people on a GOS. One do coordinator, one do European rep, this and that. By now, they cannot suppose to go restructure everything. It will attend new hands and the capable hands. Even the Mabrito hands. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
This is the moment not go for me. Because we are doing chances. Even the men we hands. We need capable hands, people who can move and need people. Not these people who are there. Who are there? What are they up to? You know? I'm watching. People like me, I don't do anything I done and when progress. I'm not for it. We have to tell ourselves the truth. Anybody now saying structure. We are not helping ourselves. Look at the mess here in a minute. This is great. Here and there. It's a disgrace.
Now, Mazi, what do you have to say? What do you have to say about the failure of Biafrans to correct the mistake of 1967 to 1970? Because when you go through the history of the Biafran-Nigerian War, you will see that Biafrans have gallant men, but they surrender due to the lack of sophisticated materials to fight, and also they don't have a food to sustain the war, and because of that, they now lost it. They now surrender, because when you surrender, you that means you have agreed that they have defeated you. And up to today, after that very surrender, and knowing fully well that Nigeria conquered them with these two weapons, which means they don't have weapon and the hunger. And Nigeria, Biafrans did not go back into production to cover that gap of a hunger in case of necessity. And they are not into production of weapon in case if anything happen again, so that they will, because they can use their own this thing. Like Biafra, if you check in Nigeria, okay, go ahead, my brother.
Let me help you.
Go ahead.
Now, I only know into this struggle for a long time. Let me tell you, I don't beat about the bush. If I read all this in now, even now the kind of point out between 2014 and 15. Okay?
Exactly.
Now, Obido, there were moves. And I call the people who can do in the something. And they go agriculture, everything. All of a sudden, all those things died down. Also, you to my morale. You got to go? All of those things died down. Can we get our struggle only by talking? Our freedom?
Not at all.
All those things. And nobody was working towards that. Let me tell you, we have to have organize the serious. If not, everybody pack and go to your house and rest. I do serious, you must have freedom. I kind of government. Okay? Now, I am a portfolio each person each. Only be in charge of information. Only be in charge of office, and everybody must know the person. Now, how the person is working towards that. Okay? You cannot tell me in the GOS. Nobody knows who they are.
No, but Mazi,
that is not structure. It's not a structure for me. Everybody who likes, let me say anything. People disgracing themselves. This is childishness. People mark.
Mazi, this failure of not having sophisticated things in our land now, I will not blame DOS on that one, because not having a food, like growing of things, producing food for ourselves. These are not the fault of DOS, but these are the fault of Biafrans collectively. These are our fault, me and you. The only things I blame the US for now is the lack of action. So,
please. Let me tell you, this is mistake. No control, no the people I mean, I'm not going to people you are wasting your time. Okay? Without having government or something that will push any policy, you're wasting your time. You cannot expect people to be, going into agriculture without anybody, monitoring them, telling them the way it works. Hello?
I'm hearing you.
Okay. telling you how it works, what I want to do. There was a time, people only talking about into agriculture. I think it's something I'm out. People who can come and teach them, give them seed, how to plant, all those things. Where are they today? You cannot expect people to wake up and do it. It's never done. You know, Europe here, how things done. Everything must be. If I remember Nigerian government, if I remember Nigeria, that is. I mean, look, you must have a policy and the people to push any policy. You know what I mean? You can't expect people and then what into family. Who will provide things for them? By now, you need the machinery. You need machinery.
Thank you, my brother. You have 1 minute to round up, please. You have 1 minute to round up.
My brother, Yancy, all this is that GOS has nothing to offer. Let me tell you, we have to defend everything of this in the struggle. We have to now look for capable hands from all angles and bring it together. Okay? If not, we have not started. Thank you so much. I like your courage, you know.
Thank you.
And you're not shaking. I like your, how you present your issues. Yeah?
Thank you. And remember blessed.
I'm here watching, you know.
Thank you. Now, welcome to the program, Eze Chigozie Henry and the Don Ikechukwu Harry, I think.
Thank you very much, Mazan Achebe.
Thank you so much, Mazan Achebe.
And I must remind us that we have rules and regulations to this very platform to guide us, because anyone can join. And that one of that rule is that you must mute yourself until you are asked to speak. And when your time is up, you have to give the respect for others to speak. The moderator have the right to remove you if you continue, or if you unmute yourself when you are muted or you are making noise. So you have to coordinate yourself. As we are matured, we have to show it to our viewers that we are really matured and we have matured spirit and matured sense. Thank you all. You are welcome to the program. Hello, Mwachineke.
Hello. Receiving attack, so they couldn't allow me. But we can continue what we're doing here.
Okay, you have to give me just a minute. I'll come back to you, Mwachineke, so that
okay.
I will put you on call then.
Okay.
So you have to be there. Now, without going further, let me bring Eze Chigozie. I know you, and I believe people know you much, but for the people that might be seeing you for the first time, please, you need to introduce yourself. Use 1 minute to introduce yourself for our viewers, for the sake of our viewers. And also, before I will give you the question, because you have to throw more weight on this very issue that we are treating today. And when you read the headline is, have we corrected the mistake of 1967 to 1970 that led for Biafrans to surrender to Nigeria? And when you go through history, you will know that Nigeria conquered Biafra because we don't have a sophisticated weapon, enough weapon to face them. And also the Gowon government used hunger to kill our children, which resulted to the kwashiorkor of our children dying in the name of kwashiorkor due to hunger and all those things. And coming today, this tooth problem, have we corrected it? And what do you think that make us not to correct it? But before we go into that, introduce yourself with 1 minute, then you give just a keyword, then we move. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my comrades, and thank you for my. Am I the one speaking or someone else is speaking? I'm not hearing you, Mazi, actually.
As the Chigozie, you can go ahead.
Thank you so much, my comrade, and thank you, my other comrade that is in the program, which is Danny. My name is already there in the platform. I'm a really lover of freedom. I'm a lover of my people, which is the Igbo people and the Biafran people all over the world. I am here to contribute, and I will never stop till Onyendu come aside, which is my leader, Mazen Nandi Okukalo, which is the Hamadike one of Biafra land. He's a man that have opened my eyes for me to understand some things I don't know. And I thank Chukwu Kekabiama for giving us such kind of a man with braveness and positive mindset for humanity. So let me move. I don't think our people learn anything. There's what they call Uwabakumi, because they say charity begins at home. But we don't be able to put things in the right way, because we speak in parable, but we don't keep to the parable we preach in our tradition. Asna akurulo, akundi ibaruhonolo. And that is why God has given us Mazena de Kalo that have liberated us and open our eyes for we to understand the way forward. And most of us that have traveled, left the Biafra land to different part of diaspora, different part of Europe, Asia, South America. We all know where we reside. We can be able to understand that the place we reside, these people don't even have 1/4 to what we have. We have the materials, we have the manpower, but we don't have the leadership. And now we have gotten the leadership, which is Mazen Nandi Okukalo, as and I agree with that word. And there's a word that says that travel is part of education. We have traveled all over the world. What did we learn? And what are we taking to our place? So what happened in 1967 or 1967 and 1970? I was not born there. And we should remember, they don't teach history in the school in Igbo land. And there's a reason why they don't teach history, for we not to know our origin, for we to not know where we come from. And this is what Mazuna de Carlo have taken upon himself and lecture every one of us. And most of the things we in the diaspora here, we have a lot of responsibility, which is, we know that we have a lot of problem, which is information, which is, there's no electricity in Biafra land. And electricity, because the difference between light and darkness. But we here in the diaspora, we know what is light. We know what light can contribute to humanity, which we don't have there. Now we become like a beggar. Now look at what we are talking about now, about what did we learn about 1967 to 1970. I was the same person that was privileged to meet Ojukwu once in my life in Lagos, in trade fair. The same thing Mazi Achebe is treating here is the same thing Ojukwu talk. Osubuloleka hege mendi Igbo, amarife. If you realize, look at, for example, now, how many Hausa, Fulani, or Igbo man, Fulani or Hausa man or Yoruba man invest in Igbo land? No. You can see.
We have some seconds to round up, please, because
okay.
It's just.
So you can see that is the problem. We invested most of our money, our resources outside developing other people's states, forgetting the parable we speak every time. That's why we are suffering. And that's why you can see that the people that hate us with passion, they are using everything we have outside Igbo land against us. And we can see it every day ringing in our ears and every day. And the people that is representing us in the Igbo land, they're part of the people that sold us out. They don't respect us. They don't do nothing for us. They don't even lay any foundation in Igbo land. So let me leave other people to come in. So where we keep on, I have more other things to talk. When I have the privilege to keep on speaking, let me bear the rules and regulation in this program. So I have other things to say. When I have the other time to talk, I will still keep on to release what I want to say. Thank you so much, my comrades.
Thank you, Machineke. Coming to our, you have made your point. Coming to our brother Don Ikechukwu, you can use 2 minutes to introduce yourself. I believe you have had everything, the topic. So introduce yourself and give keywords so that when I'll come back to you again, you will be able to explain the words, the point you will make. You have only 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade MAP. May God bless you for your good work.
You're welcome.
Yeah, my name is Don Ikechukwu Harris Nataja. I'm from Guru in Nsukka local government. I think I have been in your program so many times. Really? You're doing a good job. You're doing a good job. If not, I wouldn't be coming on your program. Each time I come to your program, I always demand to you to post a link so that you can join you. Well, your question is very good, and to me, we have not made any correction about what happened in 1967 to 1970. And there's something that our leader always say. He say that if you follow him on a question and answer program on Friday, he always people will call on phone and very aggressive on him. Even you hear people insulting him. What are you waiting for before you declare Biafra? You see that he's not yet ready to declare Biafra because he believes that if he's ready to declare Biafra, he will declare Biafra and have to be in the Biafra land to defend Biafra. So, talking about the correction, we have not even corrected anything because looking at what happened in our place now. Okay, for example, now let me just start. The network we are using today now, MTN, Glo, and so forth, is in agreement with the Nigerian government. Am I coming out?
Loud and clear. Remember, you have only 1 minute.
Yeah. It's controlled by the Nigerian government. So, which now, okay, there is something that will happen now. Maybe, let assume we say, okay, now we are ready. We want to defend Biafra. These people can shut MTN, and just like what they did in that 1967, that they block every way that people will transport food to our land. So, and our leader had been doing everything possible. That's the reason why he tried to go in ally with the Ambazonia and Oduduwa. He did it because he don't want what happened in 1967 to happen again. And I do know that even that relationship with Oduduwa have not been solidified because he cannot, anyway, I cannot condemn because they are trying on their own, but they have not solidified because we have, if we have to see their movement, their body language before we know that these people really they want to devade from Nigeria. That is in whereby you can transport whatever you want to transport, like food from their area. But right now, if you say you declare Biafra, no farming in Biafra land, nothing, we don't have food, we don't have road. You know, the reason why this Biafra of a day is more difficult to us is because we are in the center, just like Israelites. We don't have border with other countries. We are in the center of Nigeria, center of zoo. Assuming now that we are the people that we are Yorubas or even Northerners, maybe we are living in Northerners that have common boundary with the Benin Republic, Chad, and Co. Or maybe we are in Yoruba side that have boundary with the Togo and the Benin Republic. So, you know, transporting food from that place would be very easy to us.
And,
so to us now,
Mazi, your time is up. Just a round off.
Okay, thank you very much. So I believe we have not corrected anything. We have to, take time, you know. We have to be very conscious before we declare anything about Biafra, so that what happened in 1967 will not repeat itself again. We have not made any correction about it. We have still have a long way to go.
Thank you. For this, you have to put on clothes before coming to the program. That's why I remove you. So when you put on clothes, I will bring you back. Sorry. And you have to sit up. Thank you. Now, coming to our brother, Onikemma Nwa Chineke. You have 3 minutes to introduce yourself and make a key point before I start with questions, because I have not asked questions. What we are just doing is introduction, and I have to come with a tough question, and I need a direct explanation so that our viewers and Biafrans in the land and any part of the world will understand where our problem lies, because these are the issues we need to treat here. Thank you, Nwa Chineke. Go ahead.
Okay, now thank you, viewers. I greet each and every one of you who is watching us right now. As you're watching this program, please make it go viral as much as possible, because this is the only way we can be able to express our feelings to the world. Because our point of view here is that what we have achieved, or positive part of it, what we did not achieve back then, is this media. So if you are watching, being able to share this program, it will go a very long way. Thank you for watching it.
Thank you. Now I will allow Ofo Des to introduce himself. You are welcome to the program.
Good afternoon. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mazi Achebe Paul. My name is Ofo Dile. I'm from Ozoan in Biafra land. So, I'm a lover of freedom, and I support the truth. I started following you since I got to know you, that you stand by the truth. So that is who I am. I'm watching.
Thank you. You are welcome to the program. Now, let us move to the topic of the day. Like I said, the topic of the day is, have we corrected the mistake of 1960 to 1970 that led Biafran to surrender and led to the massacring of Biafrans during the Biafran War? And what are these mistakes? I have highlighted them, which the most weapon the Zoo government used out of that time is they have more weapons than the Biafran, and they use food, they deny Biafrans children food, and they use it to kill many of the Biafran children. That led Ojukwu to announce the surrender. Now, today in our land, I will start with Onikemma Nwa Chineke, because I think I will start there, then I will come to the people that are watching. Onikemma, can you use 4 minutes to tell us the effect of our failure today to amend that mistake? Because I will tell you that Biafrans have failed to correct that mistake today. Or if you think that we have corrected it, can you tell me in what areas and that mistake coming to when you check Biafra today, we cannot hold anything. This is our own, not even the economy, because I say that we are not in charge of the economy, because our economy is in the north, because there is most of our business are there, which they can seize it, because any land that control any land where you invested, that land is own that economy. So can you use 5 minutes to throw more light on this?
Okay, thank you very much, Nick and Dewo. Before I go on, I want to first of all thank Nze Chigozie Henry on one of the statements that captured my mind. What he said that one of the things that he will never stop is stopping Biafra and Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Oh, thank you much, Nick. Now, going to your point, your question, what have we corrected, or what are we to correct? Because when we are talking about negative, we also have to talk about positive.
Exactly.
Why? Because the Asna Eto Dike Nankomeleme Omekwozo. So let me start by pointing out one or two positive things that have changed. Number one is Mazen the kind of consistent and determination say that he will never ever give up on Biafra restoration, which the recent post that just came out, it says again, IPOB leader Mazen Namdekano has rejected big offers given to him by Nigerian government to take any political office he likes in Nigeria, provide that Nigeria remain as one, or that he should go with 5 Igbo-speaking states, or 5 so-called 5 Igbo-speaking states. But Mazen Namdekano say that even if they try, or if they would like to imprison him for the next 30 years, that he is ready to stay there until his request is granted. So that is consistent. And if I make a little bit analysis on that, or reference, Mazen Namdekano say in one of his programs, if our internal leader, Odumegwu Ojukwu, had kept, let us say, 6 months more, that we could have gotten Biafra restoration. So that is one of the things that we have already gotten. Another thing that we have changed is this media work that we are doing. With this media work, a lot of people are hearing what we're saying, even though they are pretending, but they are keeping record. Believe me, they are keeping record. So these two things are one of the most important, but we still have a lot of things to change that I want to talk about, if you give me the permission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mwachineke. Now, let me come to Eze Chigozie Henry, because I will ask you this direct question. Do you think that Biafrans can sustain a dig out with the zoo government without anywhere, with this lack of food in Biafra land? Because when you come to Biafra land, we are not producing beans. The rice we are producing is not sufficient, and other things that we are known, like yam, beans, because during the war you cannot fight with empty stomach. Can you tell us? I want you to explain. Can we really face Nigeria with the kind of failure we have laid since the after the Nigerian Civil War? I mean, Biafran Civil War is the same, sir.
Thank you, my comrade. 100% we survive it. 1 billion%. Because, like I told you, travel is part of the education. I've traveled many places in my life. If I start mentioning here, my brother will not finish talking, because I was just seeing myself as a man that God has ordained for this struggle, because I pray over this struggle before I came in to this struggle, because anywhere I put my footstep, something positive will come out from there. I'm not the kind of person that goes without knowing what I'm going for. You understand me now? Because I roll with wise men. Like one of my biggest mentors was Fela Anikula Kuputi, when I was born in Lagos. He say, if you follow, make you open your eyes and use your sense of reason. Before I came into this struggle to join Mazen Namdekano, I took my time and I pray over it for God, Chukwu Kikabioma, to direct me, and which he did. That's why Biafra, the spirit of Biafra is too strong. And when the Biafra spirit have entered you, you can do exploit. The only thing that will deviate you from what with this struggle is the truth. And when you stand by the truth, my brother, that is the key. So for me, if you check 1967 and 1970, we have not been traveling the way we are today now. We are all over the world. There is no place you go in the universe. There is no place you go in the universe today you don't see Biafra. And when you check the black people who are doing well there, go and research, is Igbo people. We are great people. We are blessed people. So we will survive it. That's why you can see today now, during that 1960 to now, there is no social media, because I said information is very important. And with the information now, Mazia Chebe, let's take, for example, I don't know you. I met you through this online. You understand me? And you can see what we are doing. This is part of the proof. I say two heads is better than one, and a tree does not make a forest. We are uniting, and we are going this 2021 and 2022 now. You can see the level of your agitation, the level of your information, the way you are moving. You can see a lot of difference. That means we are getting somewhere. So the problem of what happened there will not recall himself again. We don't lack anything. The only thing we lack is the love. The unite, Ufobi. That is the problem. We don't lack anything. Financing, money, and everything. We don't lack anything to get our freedom. The only thing we lack is the love.
Without going further, I have one question for you. How can we sustain if war break out now? How can we sustain the people, the soldiers, and everyone in terms of feeding?
My brother, if you're talking about this war, I don't see it coming.
We cannot predict because that is what killed Ojukwu.
You asked me a question.
Okay.
And the question is this. Social media, everything, like if something, there was a time you'll be waiting to hear news from NTA. You'll be waiting to hear news from Chinese television. But something can happen now. Somebody might be videoing it and it's going viral. That is the power. You understand me now? There was a time that there is no information. Is what the channels are showing. Because if you check in from my own experience, any station is being controlled by the government. There's some certain things you might do. They will shut your station down. You understand me now? But nobody can shut this what we are discussing down now. And many people are in this platform. Many people is going to listen to what we are talking, and many people is going to come to your platform. That is the information. So you cannot compare what happened in 1967 to compare now. You understand me? And you cannot compare that time. Most of our fathers, they didn't, because that time, if you can check, our place was good. Nobody want to travel abroad. But now we are all over the universe. Talk less of our children. So you can see, my child is here. My child knows about Biafra. You know, my family know about Biafra. Because it's where I belong, is where they belong. If any of them talk about Nigeria in my house here, you have a problem with me. So I've been lecturing my children. So it's my responsibility as the chief corner of the house to lecture my own children, which we never have that privilege that time. My father never told me anything about Biafra. So what I'm telling you now, I'm very, very positive person. And the positive I have, what happened that time will never repeat himself again. Because if you check the population of Biafra abroad, my brother, it's not what they are thinking that time, is what they are going to be thinking now. So I think we are moving forward and we're going to get this Biafra. I am 100% sure of what I'm saying, my brother. So what happened that time will never happen now. They say majority carries the race. How many of them are stopping us? They are just few. The only difference is the money they have, the stolen money. But if we can be able to show the love of the unite of the Obi one, it doesn't take off anything. How many can they kill? How many can they kill, my brother?
Thank you, my brother. Thank you for your wonderful contribution. Coming to Don Ikechukwu. Now, I have the same question and with a different method. Now, knowing fully well that during war, that people will be running, nobody will have the time to video, because one thing is information, another thing is who will give the information. And guys, 100% sure that Nigerian government can cut off the internet when there is war, and you cannot question them because they are in charge. If they cut off this internet and there will be no more information going out, how can we sustain war? Or if war, because Ojukwu never believed that the Gowon can bring war to him, but they bring the war to him. He left with no option than to defend his land. So we must not rule the possibility of Nigeria bringing the same thing back again. And when you say information internet, we are not the owner of that internet, because the internet we are talking about is being owned by another person. and Nigeria can equally pay the person not to take it away, or they will damage it. Or they will damage it. So how can we sustain war when they will cut off food and there will be no information? How do you think that Biafrans can face the zoo government?
Thank you, Mazari Chebe. You know, in my opening remark, I told you that, am I coming out?
It's loud and clear.
You know, in my opening remark, I told you that you remember that this social media we are using. I told you that the internet we are using today, something like is powered by MTN, Glo, and other network that in contract with the Nigeria government. I think I made that comment in my opening remark. So I was kind of trying to tell you that the reason why we are delaying all this thing is because we are trying to buy time because we are not yet ready. For some of us, somebody's opinion is not bad. But in my own opinion and what I'm saying today, the reason why our leader have not declared Biafra is because he know that we're not ready. We are trying to buy time. We need to go into ally with many people, especially people that have surrendered us. I mean, the nearby borders. Like what I told you that the reason why we are still waiting is because you can now we are in ally with Amazonia. You need to build a relationship. Okay, now you build a relationship with Amazonia. Okay, what about, let's assume that you're coming from Calabar. Right now, we don't even know the fate of those people. You know, we are talking about Biafras, and people are seeing, you know, truth is bitter, because the reason why I come to your platform is because you say things the way it is.
Exactly.
The people that are so committed about this Biafra right now as we speak is Igbo speaking people. I don't know if you're getting me, because if you look at that tribe, okay, for example, there was a time that they declared the seat at home. If you look around Biafra land, it is only that Igbo speaking side that always keep that seat at home. Talking about other surrounding area, these people that call themselves coastal region, some of them, few people with us because of what they believe. I mean, they believe in Nnamdi Kanu. They keep it, but generally they are not keeping it at home. So the reason why our leader is taking time is because he come since 2012. This is just like a gospel. I could remember when we go to share flies with people, we preach them about gospel. You need to convince them. Like that, there is a platform I am. Somebody was telling somebody that I was in IPOP before you since 2012. And I tried to correct him that you being there in 2012 is not the problem, but what you have contributed. You need to convince people. So what I'm trying to say right now, we cannot sustain it, if I might say. I cannot sustain it because there are still disagreement between us. The political allies in Biafra land have not yet fully committed to Biafra, to this issue of agitation. And it is when they are truly committed to this and surrender that, okay, let's fight for this freedom. And the ally we are going with, people that we are going into allies, we knew that these people truly have committed that really they want us to go. You understand? That is in whereby we can be say, okay, now we are 100% sure that we can sustain it. Because just like what you just mentioned now, the MTN, Glo, other network are controlled by Nigeria government. This Facebook we are using today now to communicate now, Nigeria government can today tell Facebook that they don't want them in Nigeria again. Even if you go to VPN, Facebook cannot work. Like in the country I am now, there are some certain things that they restrict that it cannot work. If incident happen in this country now, you cannot video it and post it in the internet. So far police is concerned. I don't know if you're getting me. So, and because of all this thing, it is okay now to us to have our own network that will be powered by us. It will take time. To some country to rise that they have recognized Biafra. Okay, for example, now if Ghana rise today that they have recognized Biafra, automatically we have had a ally with Ghana. If Yoruba today now, that is Oduduwa, rise that they have recognized Biafra, that they are going on their own, whether they are going or not, but they have recognized Biafra. That is in whereby you can transport food, because the highest strategies to win a war is hunger. Food blockage is the one of the things that they use to win the war. Because people will complain that if it is when you eat that you have strength to compete with your opponent. Because if you do not eat, maybe you're hungry, you go hungry, today you work, you fight today, tomorrow you fight today, you give up. And that is exactly what happened in 1967 to 1970. Because people was a kind of saying that these people have weapons. They have Biafrans trying in 1967 to 1970 that they can sustain that war to the last. But when that food blockage started, that is in whereby everybody gets weak because they couldn't do anything again. So right now, to me, I don't know, this is my opinion, because in this platform now, we are just saying our opinion. What will you do? Have we corrected this mistake that we made in the past? Right now, to me, we have not even started. We are just coming to, approaching it little by little. IPOP have done a lot. Biafra people have done a lot, but we are yet to be there. It will take us a little time to be there. When the time is right, you will hear Biafra. Our leader will declare Biafra by himself. And he said it, he made it clear to us that when he's ready, fully prepared, he will declare Biafra and be in the Biafra land to defend Biafra. Right now, we are not ready.
You have to round up because your time is almost up.
Yeah, thank you very much. So in my own opinion, I believe that we still have a lot of things to put together before we will say we will sustain whatever that comes to us right now. Like what my brother said, he's right. We are all over the world. In every country, Igbo people are there. This is Igbo people, just like what I said, the particular tribe in the Biafra land. What about other tribes? They can betray you along the line. We don't know. We don't know their fate yet. So, let me just stop here. So, to me, we are not ready yet. We need to put some certain things in order before we declare Biafra. And so that the mistake that happened in 1967 will not happen again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I proceed, I will come, before I come to you, Ofom, let me chip one or two things in here. When you are talking about war, it's not all about population. It's all about what you have to sustain it, because Ofobunigwe can reduce your population to 0. The question now, when you talk about population, if you are dealing with population, Israel will not be among of the world power today. How many are Israel? But when Israel speak, people that has population will be shaking because they know Israel has something that they can use. Before they will kill 3 Israel, Israel can kill 2 million of them. That is what we calculate in when you talk about confronting other nations. And when you come to Biafra land, Biafrans have many population all over the world, yes. But before you call for alliance, like our brother used Ambazonia and Oduduwa, Ambazonia is not a nation. You cannot build alliance with a country that is not a nation, because you can pass through Ambazonia, Cameroon have the right to seize it. You can pass through Oduduwa, Nigeria can seize it. For you to have a good alliance, you have to make alliance with a country that have stand on its own. Country like, let me use the total Cameroon, not only Ambazonia. You will know that when you pass there, they will allow you to pass. Then country like Ghana, Senegal, other Benin Republic that is close. These are the countries you can use to say alliance. But when you come to sustaining of war, for you to, before you can seek for alliance, do we have sufficient food and sufficient sophisticated material to face, at least to hold ourselves for 2 to 3 before we can 3 years before we can call another people? Now coming to you, Ofo, what do you think that Biafrans will do now to correct that mistake that make them to lose in the 1960s? Because like we say, the 2 things that make us to lose is insufficient food and insufficient sophisticated weapons. So what do you have to say on that issue for the corrections?
Okay, Mazi Achebe, thank you very much for bringing me in once again. Thank you all Biafrans listening all over the world. First of all, we, just like you rightly said, and Don Ikechukwu said, there are still things remaining for us to be ready to go. Coming to the food aspect, these people have already declared war on us, but it's obvious, multitude of us, millions of us have not seen it. They came into our farms because after the war, because of what they use hunger to do to us, we knew that we noted that agriculture is a very important part of life, and our people went into agriculture. We went into farming. So they saw it, and that is why they came into our farm, drove all our people who are farming back to the house, and they destroyed everything we have in the farm. So when we talk about food now, we can't count. Go to Uzuwan. Uzuwan, my place, is a major food producing area in Biafra land. But go to Uzuwan, and how many people go to farm? If you go to Ebonyi State, all of us we are listening, we are watching, we are seeing everything on the internet as people post. People's farms destroyed, people killed, people are afraid to go to farm. So if war comes today now, they will still use that food to deal with us because they have succeeded in dealing with us in our farms. Then the measures for us to sustain, which we have started, is what our great leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have done by fixing up Eastern Security Network. At least, if not for Enugu here in Ehamufu, that they have started operating again since these last few months, that all these things are happening, which we thought we had people, but we never knew that we don't really have people. They have started operating again. The ESN have left our farms, and people can go to farm and start farming again. So it's another good measure for us to sustain. Then another way we can sustain is forming allied, like we all have said. So we go to country, establish relationships, in the sense that if anything happens tomorrow, if fully they declare another war tomorrow, we'll have nations that can assist us. Now, we don't even have any working international airport in Biafra land. So we have Biafrans all over the world, yes. We have money. They have money. They can bring any weapon, but where do they bring it through? From where? We don't have seaport. We don't have airport. How do they bring those things to Biafra land? It's a major problem. Just like we have talked about internet. I don't know if it happened in any of the places you people are. There was a certain night here we are, that Facebook just went off. One night like that, the whole place stood still. Just one night, Facebook went off. Okay. Just one night. And in one of the states in the zoo, I think it's Bono or somewhere, they shut down MTN Mass, cut off the whole network there. So all the operations of Boko Haram, Mietiala, and bandits there, none of them was reported because there was no network. Even if you video, you cannot post it. So we need to have a network that we control, that they cannot reach. You can see what they did to Twitter today. Except you have VPN, you cannot access Twitter again. They can simply do that.
Thank you, my brother.
So that is the way we can sustain if they declare war. With the war they have already declared. It's just that so many of us are too blind to see it.
Exactly. Thank you, because
Thank you very much.
The point here. Now, if Isaiah on the comment section, you say at MAP, do we have sufficient food? The answer is no. Therefore, let's start EFN, which is Eastern Farming Network. Now, I concur with him on that very one. It's another good way of making things happen, because I think that Eastern Farming Network is the reason why ESN was created. Because many of us will be saying, bring ESN, the soldiers are killing people here. But Mazen Namdi can say, ESN, go to our bush to chase Fulanis out so that our mothers and fathers can do farming. So Mazen Namdi can know exactly what the Fulani people use in the 1967 to 1970 is this food blockage. And that food blockage is a very dangerous weapon that if any country holds you on that, you are gone. Because even if you have the whole measles, then our brother here, he said something again. He said the question can we sustain another blockage? They already cut off all ports of entry. And they are ready to create more states to achieve Biafra a needle point, not even a dot. So we can only achieve victory gradually and slowly like the Israelites did. IPOB is now monster. That one is another issue you are talking. Now, like our brother of us says, we don't have international airport and we don't have a seaport. These are the another things that we're supposed to look into to comb this, the food blockage. So, for my own opinion, I think that the Biafrans have failed woefully to correct the mistake of 1967 to 1970 by not going into farming, because Obasanjo decoded the importance of going into farm. That is why immediately he assumed power, the first thing he achieved is otter farm. Me and you know that otter farm can feed half of Yoruba, if not the whole Yoruba, for 2 to 3 years. Because in otter farm, you will have different species of food there. You talk of cocoa, yam, everything, they are doing it here, there. I can remember vividly before that Ekene Dilichukwu acquired such thing before. But out of, I don't know what happened. When you go to Ayamelum, close to Anak, the headquarters of Ayamelum local government, you will be hearing Ekene Dilichukwu farm, the Ekene Dilichukwu you know of today. But they don't do, those things later fade off because they lack finance. So coming to Mwachineke or Dinkemma, with what have happened, you have had everyone say something. What do you think is how do you think that we will go about, since you and Eze say that when you talk about information and all those things, information is good, but it cannot sustain war. What can sustain war is 2 things, which is the food and the other things. And today, we are not producing the 2 things that can make any nation great. Now, can you explain the areas where food, insufficient food, and the lack of all those things will affect negatively in the if they bring the war to us, and the positive in terms of food and the weapons, because we are not producing it?
Okay, watching again. There we go. The question concerning food that you talked about, I have to use 2 things in order to point out our gallant men to continue doing their work, because doing their work efficiently automatically means that we can be able to have a place to cultivate and provide food for our people. So this is the area I want to point out, and it's very, very simple. Because we know that during the time of 1967-1970 war, there was a food blockage. And if our mothers cannot be protected, there is no way that we can go back to say that we're going to live a normal life when times like that come again. We're still going to remain in that abject poverty and hunger. And I concur with with one of our brothers. He said that we need to have an agreement with the international bodies. Now, my suggestion is to have this agreement with any country that is not in peace with America, any country that is not in peace with Britain, and any country that is not in peace with France can have alliance with these people. Another thing again, to have an international airport all over the Biafran cities. Because with this international airport, our minds of our people will be at peace in a way that they can feed 3 square meals a day. And then it will bring development. So as we are making this program, if the government officials are wise, they should try and do as much as possible to take advantage of this international airport in all cities of Biafra land to bring development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, before I come to Eze Chigozie, because we have a major issue here, and I want a very solution to this, so that a solution that Biafrans will be engaging themselves into it. In my own opinion, I think that the solution here now is investing heavily into farming. For example, we need to invest, like when Mazinan can say, the one you know how to do, start doing it. Because when we are saying, give us order, when that order is being given, don't expect to go and farm okra again. Don't expect to farm yam again. Don't expect to go. You have to sustain yourself with the one you have. Like, for example, let me bring you back to the scripture, the Bible. There was a time they tell us that there is a hunger, and the man dreamed, and Joseph interpreted that dream about 7 days of those things, and how I cannot recall back well. But when that hunger, that's a very people, the Israel, sustain themselves with the food they have stored. That make other people to come to them in buying of food. Which I later read that even Benjamin, a brother to Joseph that sold him, there they now meet again. The problem of Biafra today is that we don't have food. When I say Biafrans don't have food, and there's no any country that can sustain a war without food. If you like, have the highest weapon. Without food, you cannot make use of it. If you like, be 1 billion in population without food. A nation that has only 1 million that has food will defeat you, because food matters. Food is the #1 weapon that any nation who are willing to stand should be first of all walk into. So, on my own opinion, I think we have to channel our energy into farming and the storage of food in Biafra land. Things like other food that you can store is more important than focusing on the international airport and the seaport. That one depends on the government, but we have seen that they are not willing. So the one that we Biafrans can afford to do, you will not go there and label your farmland IPOB farmland. No, invest in farmland. Things like cow, efibo, tomato, beans, yam, what is it called? Ukwa, akede, ede. All these things will be the things that we will sustain war with. Because you cannot rule the possibility of Nigeria declaring war to Biafrans. So coming to our brother Chigozie Eze, can you still, if you think, or just educate us in the other areas that Biafrans in Biafra land, what we should invest in order to be able to protect our land and to correct that mistake?
Thank you, my comrade, and thank you, my fellow comrade in this program. You have spoken very well like a wise man. But you know, there's one big problem that we have, and which is the leadership. Because investment without security is a big problem. Because we have one biggest problem in Igbo land, which are the governors, the representative of the people representing us in every department in the sector of Nigerian government. These people are our major problem. Because let's take, for example, like Hopus or Demma, bringing armies to come and kill Igbo people and Igbo man. Where are the people that are supposed to protect our farmers? Let's take, for example, now, look at by their character, by their food. We are talking about security. Where is the Ebubagu they say they want to launch? These people are working with the people that we are fighting against. You understand? So our biggest problem in all this thing we are talking, not like there's no farm or there's no you go to Ebonyi State and other place in Biafra land. There's all these things. There's a news that happened recently, I think 2 days ago, or maybe it has been happening for the past 1 month. What is happening in Enugu, somewhere like in Soka. My brother, this open doors of these Fulani people coming is being opened by our governors, allowing these people. I don't know the agreement they have with the Fulani Caliphate. This is our biggest problem because how can there's a video that went viral recently. A man that is into agriculture. They came in there. The man is into Nyam, which is G. If anything happens, you go to the Ezindibo to lay your complaint. They will not do nothing. Look at somebody like the governor of Anambra State that say that if you kill one cow, they're going to pay. But they've never placed, they say what they did to the Igbo people, the Fulani people have to pay. So our major problem in Igbo land are the people represented of. We have to tackle that issue. This is the biggest problem because nobody is standing for us in the East. Nobody, apart from the Mazina, the Kalo that gave us the Eastern Security Network individually. But the people that is taking all the mineral resources we have, like if you go to Anambra, we have oil. If you come to Imo State, we have gas, we have oil. Where are all these things that we have to use? Look at, it's a very shameful thing to me. We say we are rich. Common international airport. If you come to that country called Nigeria, the most people that travel mostly we are the Igbo people. But we don't have international airport. We are always contributing to other people, the state. We don't have common international airports. Look at somewhere like River Niger. Since I was born, the last time I went to Biafra land, I took my time. I didn't go to Biafra land to have time for all these things. I was in Asaba. I went to the place, the second Niger bridge. My brother, for the past 6 years, they have never finished second Niger bridge. We only have one bridge that connects everybody to the east. When you are coming from Asaba, you see, we say we are rich. We are the people that come to social media to be talking about meme tradition and all these things, but we don't have nothing to prove that we are blessed. So the problem of all this agriculture you are talking about, not that people are not ready to go into this farming. Where is the security? There is no security to protect your farm. There is no light for you to know when the evil people are coming into our land to come and eat our crops. Have you forgot about the open grazing? This is part of the plans of the Fulani people, the open grazing. Who gave them the audacity to come to our land to come and talk about open grazing? When an Igbo man travel to your state, we don't stay in the forest. But why our governors, we allow these people to come and be living in the place where our people are cultivating. So this is a big problem. Which are about to buy? Who's going to secure the people? If we have to go into agriculture now, which some people are into agriculture, where are they? Because the Fulani people are going with cows, eating our crops. being guided with AK-47, being guided with the sole political leaders, which are the governors. So it's a big problem. It's a big problem because you cannot go into farming due to how everything is trending now. How can you go into agriculture without security? How can you go into agriculture to know that anything can happen anytime? Who is going to protect you? You should know the people go. Let's say, for example, now our youth are not going into agriculture. It's all these old women and men who have been in the village. Some of them have never even been to Lagos. Some of them have not been to Port Harcourt. Some of them have not been to Cross River. All these people are in the village doing agriculture in terms of Gary, Akpu, and all these things. But who are the people? The fear now, like in Enugu now, from in Enugu, like somewhere like Osoka now, they are afraid to go into the farming, like what they call echicha. You understand me now? They cannot go because nobody is there to protect them. And look at what is happening now about the ESM. It's not well concrete, secured because we all know what we are talking. I'm just using my word very carefully here on the platform. So you cannot talk about investment of agriculture without security. You talk about someone like a former president, which is Obasanjo, talking about Alta. How many of our governors have gone into this thing you are talking about? None of them. But look at someone like the presidency of Obasanjo having a big Alta farm that can feed their people. But here in this platform now, I can talk about when someone like Chisco, Koscharis, I worked with them before in Lagos. They were importing rice from abroad, but we don't produce to support our people. So our major problem in Biafra land is the people representing us in every department, every state in that Biafra land. We have a big problem. I told you a very simple thing when I went to Uyo. The governor of Akwa Ibom, my brother, I told you, you can do research. If you come to that country now, as that country is big, the best governor in the whole Federal Republic of Nigeria is the governor of Akwa Ibom State. What you are talking about now, go and look the first governor that have an, do you know they have Akwa Ibom airline now? Do you know that?
Maz, that is not like what, when you talk, all those things you are talking about.
This is the problem.
Why those people are developing is because there is the previous governor did not do anything. But what we are looking into here now is the problem that is hitting us. Like when you come to the north, you have many Alhajis who are into farming. They are not politicians.
Please, can I chip in?
Just give me 1 minute. Just give me.
Our brother made the one that just finished now.
Just give me 1 second. I will allow it to speak. The direction where I want us to drive now is the problem, because having 7 airline, where will they land? Or you land in Enugu, or you land in. How many international airports do you have? This Epis, you know, Epis from originally from Anambra.
From Enugu. From Osoka.
I think it's from Anambra. Okay, wherever. Now we know
Epis is not from Osoka.
Okay, no problem. Okay.
Epis now have many airline, but where he come, there is nothing like international airport. So if war break out, because we are shouting, we are ready to go, we are ready to go. But that thing that will make us to go is what I want to know, if we have the things. Because ESN will not sustain a fighter jet. ESN will eat before they go. And when food blockade starts, you don't expect them to be fighting with AK-47 with empty hunger. So sorry to interrupt you, but that is the area I want to, not about developing area, but how do you sustain your people? What have you put for your people in terms of if something happen? If something happen, how will your people feed? Will people be sleeping in airport or eating the road? How many companies is in Akwa Ibom? How many factories are in Akwa Ibom? These are the things.
Mazi Achebe, you make a very important point. I'm not a politician. I'm not occupying any place in Biafra land. This is part of the reason I left Biafra land to come to look for my greener passion. So if you are talking about every money allocated to every Igbo people, what are we using the money for? We are still talking about is there any road you are talking? Is there any road in Biafra land?
We are not talking about politicians here.
But but look, we are individual now living in abroad. There are many of our people now in abroad. When the war starts, how many people can even travel? So where I'm hitting the point is this, my brother. We can talk from now to any place, but the major problem we are having now, we are talking about this problem, but what is the solution? The solution is in Biafra land. And the people who are making us to look like we are nobody are the people representing us. I cannot, brother, even with my own money now, I cannot, brother.
And that's the reason why Achebe is asking you, what do you think that it will be a solution for it? That's your kind of opinion.
The solution, my own opinion now, as we all are here now, we are the solution. We are the solution.
MAP, sir, you are mute.
You are mute, Achebe.
We can't hear you.
I say you have 1 minute to round up.
Brother, as we are here now, they say IPOB, in the indigenous people of Biafra, we are the solution. We can connect here. Because a tree does not make a forest. We are the solution.
The solution is why we are here, and that's why you see me keep on asking the question.
Brother, this is why I'm answering. We are the solution because I cannot do anything without you.
Thank you. Your time is up, so that I will allow Machineke or the Kema to speak.
Machineke, you like me? Okay.
To speak before I will come to Don.
Okay. When our fellow comrade who is sitting here, I don't know his name, when he was making his statement, I already know where he's going. He is representing the politicians. Let me clarify that. He said that extra rendition of our great Mazin Namdekan that we are talking about. Now, what we should be talking about is about our representative in our land. This same representative has been there when Mazin Namdekan met up with them. They promised Mazin Namdekan they are going to bring restructuring, that he should drop the agitation of Biafra. They went back and planned to kill him in 2017. We are doing what we are doing, and what we force this representative or so-called representative to listen to us is by making sure that for the things that will affect them, affect their income, their allocation. That is only then when they will begin to listen to us. Because it's not what Mazin Namdekan did. There is no way that this my brother here will come out here in a local media like us to them, but it's an international to come and share his view to gullible people. Thank you very much, Machineke.
Thank you for your wonderful contribution. Now, coming to Don Ikechukwu, you have 2 minutes. Like, you know what we are chasing around. Can you throw more light? Come to
thank you, MP. God bless you. Our bond of contention here is. Let me just put it that in this way. How ready are we? I mean, so to avoid the same mistake we made in 1967 to 1970.
Exactly.
There's one thing about there's comments I made before, and I told you that the people who are much committed about this Biafra agitation is Igbo speaking side. You understand? And when you look at that Igbo speaking side, all of us, okay, I have an uncle that's my uncle. He likes cash. He's a businessman, but he likes seeing cash. He's the one that calling me now. Physical cash instead of investing that money. Sometimes if you're telling him about investment or maybe do a kind of a business, if you bring business to him, you'll be seeing that maybe he will fail. You understand what I'm saying? He believes he's holding that cash because you know that cash he's holding is give him much respect. So what am I trying to say? In other words, we, that Igbo speaking tribe, we believe in that cash. I mean, you cannot tell an average Igbo man now to go for family that he will listen to you. You understand? And I have been kind of seeing in the sense that, I mean, our leader can go to the extent of installing ESN. And as we are in this platform now, we know that feeding ESN is not even it's not easy. It's not an easy something. It's a very difficult task. I mean, to IPOP to feed their ESN because there are many. And even as that, there are not many as Biafra at large. So, I mean, we are looking for solution, right, as MP?
Yes, to avoid
my own suggestion is that I think the IPOP have to, your mood, IPOP have to go into the way they establish this IPOP family of a thing. If there is somebody that we can trust, you understand? I believe the reason why people are coming to your program is because they trust you. And I mean, without trust, there will be there will be nothing in this life. We can use that person as a kind of, use that person to invest in farming. Because if you expect individual and Igbo man, okay, many of us are in diaspora. We have seen a lot of goodies that a citizen are benefiting from the government, which we lack in Nigeria. So to you now to go back to Biafra land and invest in farming, you'll be finding it very difficult. Even though there was a time they are giving a kind of, our leader was giving advice that people should invest in farming. Chigozie was saying that, okay, even though if you want to invest in farming, the security is already there, ESN is already there. Whatever invest in farming now will be protected. But is it possible to you now as a Chigozie to go back to, to use your own money, capital money to invest in farming? Even though there's a lot of dividend on it, but it's very difficult. Because what happened in 1967, even though if we don't take care, we'll still repeat itself. Because we are backing money in the bank, answering Odogun this or Odogun that with that cash we are seeing. You understand? And if that war should break now, that money will be in the bank. And what happened in 1967 will still repeat itself because after the war, they will still return to you maybe that 20 pounds they give us in those days. So, to me, I keep on saying it. The only thing that can make us be ready, like what you mentioned, I was wrong when I was telling you about Amazonia and Oduduwa because they are not yet they are not a nation. Nigeria can block them anytime, any day. So, and I take the correction you gave to me. It's true. You can only go into a lie. Okay, like now, we have been answering that we originated like Igbo tribe, Igbo speaking Biafra, say that they originated from Israel. And ever since we have agitated, we have not even seen them say anything or participate in anything. The only thing we can do is to keep on pushing until one of these top world power recognize us. It is when they recognize us that okay, if I declare Biafra today, these people, because I believe that let's assume that a flight start from Israel that is going to Nigeria, in whatever airport you want to land. I believe that people will not interfere much on it because in the world they respect Israel, they respect America. Like one of our brothers said, it's into ally that can solve this problem. But talking about farm to stop, to not make the same correct mistake we made before. To me, I can't see it happen though, because I can't see somebody in diaspora now going back to invest in the farming in Nigeria. Even though if you invest, there is a much dividend than even the business some of us are doing today. Some of us here now in the diaspora now shifted goods in Nigeria that lasted even 1 year without even be cleared in airport in a seaport because the zoo government hold it there. On the seaport now is not working. For long now, a lot of containers stock there. Just like what the MP was saying. Is a lot of goods stock there, you cannot clear it. Not that you don't have money to clear your goods, but you cannot clear it because federal government of a zoo don't allow you to clear it. And it is there counting demurrage. At the end of the day, you have to pay for the demurrage. If you see the capital of your investment in that goods, you will thank God. So, to me, the only solution to me, my own suggestion, is for us to keep on agitating, keep on taking the gospel to the world. Maybe the world power, I mean, one of the world power country will recognize us. And if they do, let's assume that if they stand up today that say that they recognize Biafra, automatically you will see even the Britain that you are fighting for us and even USA to scum. But without that,
thank you.
Talking
Thank
about
you,
this
Mas.
blog
If I
food,
leave you
will
here,
still, it will still repeat itself.
let's hear from Ojo. Ojo, would you use 2 minutes to chip something in? Because how can we be in charge of our land? I want you to still put 1 or 2 things in that area, and after you might say what you have. Ojo, over to you.
Okay. Okay, sorry. The name confused me somehow. It's all for. So thank you everybody. You people have said very well and very much. You see, our major problem in farming is that we are not actually into preservation. That was why that hunger was able to get at us like that. Then the foods we have were just maybe the little yams in the barn, the cocoyams, and then the cassavas in the farm, and the ones that are still in the farm. Like MAP, you reminded us of the Bible history in Egypt when Joseph preserved food. Do you know that that food was preserved for 7 good years of famine? 7 good years. We are not actually in preservation. So if we even go into the farming, how do we preserve? So now a solution, I think, is if our people will learn more about preservation. Like that, as Chigozie made mention of achicha. In Nsukka, we produce achicha very well. But can we preserve that achicha now for 2 years? Like achicha that's produced this year, it will be there. My network had issue. That is the zoo for you. So can we preserve that achicha for this year, next year, and the coming year till 2024? Achicha that was produced this year.
Agree to.
So it's a problem.
You have to wait for your time.
And then again, if one of our speakers made mention of something like Eze Chigozie said, our major problem here is the people representing us. Even if you decide to make any investment, there will be a problem. I know of somebody that wanted to build road here. Do you know that the governor asked him to hold on? That road is on 30 today. We need international airport. If Biafrans can contribute money and build international airport, it's a type of solution. But can we do it without the support of the people leading us? They will still bring 1 or 2 policies to hold us down. We need a network of our own. But if you bring any network now to come and establish in Biafra land, they will need to register with NCC, Nigeria Communication Commission, which will still go back to them. They will still have control over. So the 3 solutions, we should learn as we are going back to farming. Let's learn how to preserve, so that when we have ready foods, yams, cocoyam, we can preserve them to 3-4 years. They can be there without rotting.
Thank
Then
you, my brother.
they
Just round up. Use 1 minute to round up.
okay, thank you very much, sir. So in the area of airports, then we know how to do that. Let's just everybody just go and work on your brain and think about solution that will make it work. That even if the people in power don't want to do it, our people can contribute money and we build an international airport in at least one in Biafra land, the whole of Biafra land. That is that one. So that even if they are importing food, if there's food blockade, the food will even see where to land. Is a problem. So that is the
Thank you,
solution.
my brother.
Thank you very much.
You have said it all, because preservation is one of the things we can use to store food. Now, before I come to Arinze Chukwu, when you talk about farming is not a government project, because when most of our people attribute farming into government failure or this and that, but I disagree. We have people that can build everything in terms of farming. People like Obi Kubana, Joey Zaza, what is it called? We have men that has cash and make up for them. These people can single-handedly build, because the farm we are talking is not a manual farming, not the one you will go and hire 10 people to be digging ground. No, we are not in that age again. The farm we are talking now is mechanization, where tractors and the bulldozer will be clearing bush and be tilling the ground. Even in this Europe, when you say young people cannot go into farming, come to Italy here. Let me not make the mistake. 20% of Nigerians who are in Italy here are doing farming work. 18, 20, 30, 50, 40 boys. I know many of them. Go to Foggia, go to Puglia. You will see all of them into farm. Why are they doing the farm? Because they are using machine to do it. That is the kind of farm you will be talking about, not the one that you will see man carrying a hoe for a year and I'm one to a million and there. That is what farm. When we are talking about farm, we must know what farm is all about. And we have capable hand, just that they don't want to do it. But let us not to go into that. Now, coming to Arinze Chukwu, I believe you have had the topic and everything. The topic, in case you missed the beginning, what the topic is all about. How can we correct, or have we corrected the mistake of 1967 to 1970 that led Biafrans to surrender before the zoo? And we know that mistake we made that time is by not investing into farming and not investing into productive weapons. And up to today, the Biafrans are not into farming and they are not into producing of material. That does not mean that we don't have people that will do that, but we are not doing it. So what is your take on this very issue? You have 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much, my brother Mazi Mark Olachibe, and I thank you, my fellow comrades. First of all, my name is Mazi Arinze Chukwu, and I'm from Enugu State, Nsukka precisely. At least I have seen one of my brother here, Eze from Nsukka. Thank you, my good listeners all over the world. Thank you, Biafrans. I greet you all. I've been following you, Mazi Paul, because when you started the program, I got the notification on my phone that you are live, so I have to join you. But the topic that we are discussing today got me interested. I decided to come in and make my own contribution. Based on that particular topic, what I want to say is this. When you talk about the mistake that we had during the 1967 straight to 1970, if we have corrected it, when you look at the things that we are doing today, it will tell you that we have learned our lessons. For instance, to build a nation is not something that you wait until you are ready before you come out to declare that you are now a nation. No, it's a gradual process. Just like when we are human beings and we learn every day. Things that we saw yesterday is not something we are going to see today. Something we passed through yesterday is not what we are going to pass through today. And when you watch the activities of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, just for instance, I have not appeared on Facebook live video like this, if not because of the emergence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Before, I used my Facebook just to make fun, but Mazi Nnamdi Kanu made me to understand. Do you know how many people that you communicate with through Facebook? Then I begin to change my narrative. So when you come to issue of that, IPOB and Biafrans are making a very good progress concerning the issue of the war that we had with Nigerian government. Remember, let me say this. We fought with Nigerian government unprepared, yes, because we never have in mind, to go to war with anyone. But unfortunately, war broke up. We fought a defensive war. That is to show that we never prepared for war. Okay, now after that, the question is, have we corrected the mistakes like the food blockade and the weapons? Okay, let me say something here. Do you know that the people that we fought with already know what they did to us and know that we are going to, correct this particular mistake we are discussing today? They know that we are going to build a farm, have enough food. That is why they have been fighting us. When we talk about marginalization in Nigeria, Southeast are marginalized. What do you think? The international airport we are talking about, they will never allow you to do that. The people in position to do it, they will be the one to appoint them. I remember in Abad the other time, they said that we have a company that produces clothes. A kind of, we produce our own indigenous clothes. Is it working today? They shut it down. There is nothing you can do as long as you are still under Nigerian government, to promote your people. They will support you. This is number one. And that is the main reason they have known we are waking up, to realize our weak points. And they are fighting us. Look at what is happening in our farmland. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said, let us go back to farm. They now decided that Fulani will take over the whole farmland. Now, the only option that we have, and the only solution that we have as Biafrans is this. Number one, security. Security will attract even international supporters, because if you don't safeguard your house, nobody can come to sleep with you in the house. Nobody can, your friend cannot follow you to your house if you do not have security. So that is why I like the declaration of this Eastern Security Network. Number one, they are in our bushes, safeguarding the bush for this agriculture we are talking about. Because when our farmland are secured, then people can go into farm. Do you understand me? Now, when you talk about companies, we need to take over. We need to show the world that we are in charge of this our nation we are fighting for. How can we be in charge? Now our ESN are there in the bush doing their great work. Kudos to them. Now we ourselves, we need to prove to the world that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is our leader and not this appointee people appointed and they are there in their offices and deceiving us. The so-called Igbo leaders and Igbo governors, they are deceiving us. They are not our people that we want them to be there. And Nigerian government cannot allow us to choose whom we want to be there. So we need to show those people to get away for us. When these people get away for us, then we take charge over our nation. When we take charge, fully charge of our nation, then the world will begin to see, trust us, that we are serious. Even all these people that our neighboring, what do they call it? We say we sign agreement with, like Cameroonians, Oduduwas, and all those other nations. These people cannot come to you when you are not ready. These people cannot agree with you when you are not ready. You need to show them that you are ready. When you show them that you are ready, you will not even need to write letter to them. They will come to you and ask you to align, because they will benefit something from us, we benefit from them. The most important thing is, do we have something to sustain ourselves? Do we have something like, even if we don't have this physical food, do we have like mineral resources in our land? All those mineral resources that is coming from Biafra land, we can take over that place, cut it off. Let Nigeria government go. We take charge of our people, we take charge of our boundary, we take charge of our land. When we cut it off, those people that is coming to Nigeria to take those resources will now come directly to us because it belongs to us. That is how things is being done. If we are waiting for let us be ready, let us build international airport, let us build factories, let us begin to farm. My brother, we will continue this agitation till 1,000 years. It will never come.
I have one question
Thank
for
you
you,
very
Mazarin.
Okay,
if
go ahead.
you start shutting the pipeline and taking charge of what you just said now, and the government now bring war to you, how can you sustain the war?
Thank you very much, my brother. Listen, let me tell you one thing. Nigerian government, they are human beings, like we. They cannot just declare war. This is not 1967 to 1970. Nigerian government will be the last country that will declare war in this 21st century. This is one thing I want our people to understand. They will never. What they will do is just to begin to send military to kill our people.
I disagree with you. You know why I disagree with you? In 2021, me and you see how Nigerian government give order for Lekki massacre. Everybody see it. We know how many people that was killed in NSAS. Did any of those reports, what did the world say about it?
Now, let me tell you something. When you talk about Lekki toll gate, these people are peaceful protestants, and they send military with arms to shut them, and they denied it. Now, let me come. When we have men on that boundary pipeline, remember when the militants was bombing before Buhari entered. See, when you have weapon and I have weapon, you said 1,000 soldiers. I have 1,000 soldiers. It's not between the whole entire Nigeria and the entire Biafrans. Those people armed on the pipeline are facing those people, criminals that are coming to take the oil. When they fight it today, tomorrow, and 1 week, if they kill our men, if they take over our men, then they take the oil. If our men kill them, then that means we take our oil. So that is how things.
Don't rule that one. The question is, if you start that thing and Nigeria declare war, because doing that, you are calling for war according to this thing. Because me and you know that you cannot tell a government that be recognized internationally that they should not take oil and you are attacking them. If they label you terrorists and send their military jets, you must know that war has been declared and you need to fight it. So if Israel can bomb Palestine and declare war on Palestine this 21st century that we are talking, being civilized. So what do you think that Nigeria can, and what happened in 1967 as they declared war to you, they cannot declare war to you again?
Do you know why I say this thing I say now? Everything, we count one before we count two. Before we go to pipeline, there must be other steps that will follow, that we attract our helpers to know that we are serious about this thing we are doing. You cannot jump number 1, number 2, number 3 and go to number 4. No. What I'm saying is, like for instance, we see that these people are taking our farm and ESN are there. Are they doing their work? That is number 1. Is our ESN sustaining that farmland? That is number 1. If we look at that point that we have win, now we check number 2. When we go to number 2, our investors, we have people that have money in Biafra land. They are afraid to invest it. Do you understand me? If we find out that our governors are our problem, we go to our governors first. We give them conditions that will make them, it's either they do what we want as the masses or they leave the land for us. We can do it complete 6 months, 3 months. When they feel the heat, they will have no other option than to listen to us. When we go to that, then we go to number 3. So it is time that we take things, we make our programs. Do you understand me? Then we follow it one after the other. That is what I'm saying. But if we are waiting for everything to be ready,
just 1 minute to run.
Yes, thank you very much. If we are waiting for everything to be ready, that let us start farming, let us doing this at the same time, we are going to lose everything. Let us call one thing and start with that thing first, especially security. Is our border secured? Is our farmland secured? That is number 1. Thank you very much, my brother.
Thank you, my brother. Before I come to Governor Hart, let me make this thing very clear to you. You cannot establish security in another man's land. Why can you in another man's land? Let me in an existing government without your own government. So for Biafra, they have a well-recognized security. First of all, they have to declare their independence. And when they declare their independence, that is when they will now announce their security. You cannot announce, the reason why Mazi Nnamdi can never announce PSN as a Biafran army is because he knows the penalty. The moment he do that, the next thing you will hear is a full-blown war. So on that note, what PSN is a vigilante group. They are not Biafran army or Biafran police. So we must get that, and they cannot say security. The only security that recognized in that place now is police, Nigerian police and Nigerian army. Any day you create another security that is more than vigilante, you have called for war. And by doing that, automatically you are willing to defend your territory. So when you are willing, I say, so Governor Kat, you are welcome to the program. You have 3 minutes. Governor Hart, are you there? Unmute yourself.
Because Grace Ebuka mute because of noise. So that's car. Okay. Okay. Ndewo kwano. Ekene mu no ndbai. I greeted my Governor's Hat from my location. Maza Chebe, I like your program this evening because all these things that you brought now, that's what I was thinking. Even if somebody have already asked Oyendu this kind of questions that you brought, if you're really observant, you have some question and answer. Even na portrait na that's our brother who that near me in 1967 will repeat itself again. It is a lie. I disagree. 1967, a web Facebook, a web Twitter, a web some medias at the floor strong like that. Because you cannot just try to make something not the law in order to some people in Ache. You understand me? You can't just try to make something as in to the people in Ache, as in the government, in the Nigerian government. Make it when the Biafra now bona war break here. In terms of I went where some equipment and also food storage, all these things. That was then. But we don't have knowledge. We don't have knowledge to do that time. I prepare for the war. We don't know anything about the war that time. We just have the hint. Let us do this, do that. Oh, but when Nime Nigeria, in the Hausa and Europe, all the mistakes I made then has been corrected because it Mazachabe Maka Obi Kubana and Danine. Oh, Chendi Diego Kali Obi Kubana. Oh, when the Diego Kali ato ihe ọbụla ọ na-aza. Mana ihe mere bụ na say na they don't talk. They want to see us do something. Ka ngwa eziokwu ọkwefu ndị ọcha ịta anyị na-eyuzu inwe fela ihu ihe na iru akwụkwọ ha o. Ọkwefu ndị a ha ma ihe o. Ha cha niile chọ ka ala ngwa afịa ha o. ihe ọbụla break na kpam kita.
Sorry to cut you off. Mazi Governor, Chelo Kangwagi, one thing. You are talking about Facebook, all these things. Is Facebook owned by Igbo man or Biafra man?
Asking, always you make your way. Always asking, always something to bring it out.
We are talking about if war broke out, how can you sustain it? You cannot sustain war with Twitter. You cannot sustain war with Facebook. What you need to use
informations.
Food.
There are informations. All these things people have about information, and also a social media. You can if bring a mass down na east now, they know that something is happening. That was as in this time. If you do anything, among where the information, bulu Oglahamo na 1967 because of no information. You get go somewhere, we take the information before in our land. Oh, what yes, we make it that the information the war gets we make. Okay, you got money na say na I want no obodo Igbo akita na ebu ụzọ ama ihe na-eme na zoo government. Go to break here because of what? Because of
the point. In what about this topic at all? I must tell you the truth because
information.
Just a minute because I got I can go now. Two people before you, so but let me clear you what you don't know. You are talking about information.
Okay.
Information and war. The question now is who are you giving the information? You are here in Europe. Now your brother in Nigeria now call you that there is a war. Then in Nigeria, automatically, what will you do? You cannot do anything because going there, they will kill you. The question now, the people that sustain the war now is, what do you have in your land? For example, if there is war now, automatically, a businessman will not enter Biafra land. Israel businessman will not be carrying his goods to Biafra land. It will stop because the person's life is at stake. The question here now is, how have we corrected that mistake in 1967 to 1970 by having our own food, having our own things in Biafra land? The answer is no, because in Biafra land now, the people in Kubana Jidego, there are millions. Yes, but do they have any factory that is preserving food in Biafra land? No. Do they have any farm that is producing beans, rice, yam, edoyi? The answer is no. So with their money, the only thing you can afford is to buy abroad. But how can you land? We don't have seaport. Where will you pass? We don't have international airports that is that planes can be landing. These are the things. When you are talking about confronting a nation, you talk about war, you must know what the things you need. Nigeria can just make only one statement from Buhari. We cut Facebook off from Nigeria. Only one state we cut MTN, Glo, Twitter, all this network. Even that your brother, you will not know it. Why you are hearing information is because you still have access to internet. How many people were killed in Sheikh Muslim that we are massacred? Do any news carry them? You see any video of that? You only hear some gunshot, but because they block it. The same thing that today we are struggling in Lekki and what is it called? In Borno State. How many of these Boko Haram have you seen video their massacre? Because when they want to carry out the action, they will cut network. We are not talking about information. We are talking about the real natural resources, the real things you need to sustain war, because what makes war to last and what makes you to fight war is two things. Go and mark it. Two things. One is food. Two is your material you are using, your weapon. So if once you lose these two things, if you like, tell America, are you calling them to come and fight your war? The answer is no. So that is when we say
they are businessmen. All those countries in Biafra, they are businessmen. They have a way to maneuver to sell their equipment
to sell their business or to come and give you food.
They sell their equipment to. They have the way to maneuver to sell their. I have
to go to another. You don't understand the topic because you are talking about coming to sell business in a war zone where we are talking about what you will use to sustain the war. You are waiting for Israel to come and sell their business. Do you think that they cannot?
I'm not talking about. I'm not even talking about Israel. I'm not even talking about Israel. I'm talking about other countries. The only thing, you gave me 3 minutes, right? I just want to, I started at the back to come in. Because in your agriculture, especially in Biafra land, agriculture, we don't do na their own side. Especially in the Biafra land, they don't do agriculture things. They believe in business, as in bring raw materials, bring things, come in. That's what they believe. You can easily say that, okay, do this thing for, even when the local government, how will local government tractor, tractor, all these tractors, as in the local government, even at their village, it's going to have their call anything there. They won't do that. Do you understand me? I need the Lego, I need the raw cash. Anything I need.
The time is up because we have to check the point, the topic. And because we need money is why Biafra failed in 1967, and yet we have not corrected it. We have a Mwachineko Dinkemma here. Mwachineko Dinkemma, you have 2 minutes, please.
Okay, the message still remains. Have we corrected the mistake of 1967?
Exactly.
Another point here is this, that our Biafrans that was murdered in 1966 by the Fulani Janjaweed in the north, our people have not corrected that mistake. Many of our people still remain in the northern Nigeria, hoping in one Nigeria, or not knowing that one day that they will turn against them. This is one of the mistakes and the negative things that we need to change so that we can be able to turn into positive. Then another one is the sabotage or the saboteurs in the struggle. A lot of people sabotage during the war 1967-1970. That sabotage is still going on. These things need to be changed. They will watch it.
They won't. Now, before I come to, I thought the grace, whatever I want to speak, but before I come to you, black man, let me make this point. When you say, have we corrected that mistake of 1967 to 1970? The mistake we made then is one of that mistake is food. Food led to Biafrans to fail in that very war. 2 is production of weapon. 3 is what this thing our brother just said now. Our people believe that the Nigerian government cannot bring war to us. You don't believe that they will bring war. So they take us unaware. We so much believe that everything will be rammed on the table. That's the way Ojukwu went to Ghana, Aburi Accord, and at the end of the day, they agreed. He come back hoping that what they agreed there is what they are coming to discuss. All of a sudden, they bring war to him. He started fighting a defensive war. Today, our people are in the north, investing, putting everything, their money, everything in the north. And now Chuego, yet not know that Nigeria is not one. That is why if you come to Biafra land today, you will not see Alinko Dangote's investment in Biafra land. You will not see Alinko Dantata investment in Biafra land. You will not see this man or the so Alhaji, all their investment are in the north. When you go to the north, upon they have other things they are doing. They produce the highest farming things in Nigeria because they believe that when war starts, it's not Israel or America that will supply you food. Before those people will supply you food, that means you have exhausted your own food. So these are the things that led us to fail. Not if we have money. You have money, yes. You have you produce Bikobana or this mentioned Joe are billions of naira, but once war starts, all those millions, the only thing that it can afford to you is weapon. Your business will collapse. The money you have in Nigerian bank will be seized by the government. Your investment in the north can be destroyed. Everything can be destroyed. Have we corrected that mistake? The answer is no, because if we have corrected it, I could have been hearing that you go to Anambra, we have 10 other farms, more than bigger than Obasanjo own. Obasanjo understands the war because he's one of the war soldiers during the time. He is among the people that bring down Onitsha. That is why the moment he become president, he invested in farming. He know that he have other companies, but he invests in farming. Come to Biafra today, you don't have anything. We are talking about money as if in Nigeria we are among the people that are rich. Do you know that, to be honest, before you can count 10 rich Igbo men, you will count 50 Hausa people. The same thing, because they know what business is all about. The same thing with farming. So, black man, you have the platform.
Okay, I hope you people can hear me very clearly.
Loud and clear.
Okay, I want to say good evening to everybody listening and to our viewers. I will prefer to use Igbo language because this is my preferred language.
Go ahead.
Okay, the issue of agriculture and development. Okay, I will first start with something somebody made a statement. Also, na Igbo people na na-achụ ego na ego ka na-achụ ndị ọzọ na-akọ nri. Ashebe, I want to show you something. This is 10 euro, right? 50 euro.
50 euro, yes.
This is just ordinary paper.
Exactly.
If Europe ceases to exist, this money will become useless. Now, onye say na na-achụ ego, ọkwa na naira ka na-adọmpụ ego anyị. If Nigeria wake up tomorrow and said no more use of naira, the whole a billionaire will a poor man.
Why not?
You see why Oji akamma mmadụ. Ihe mere Oji dị ka other countries here or richer than we wanna. We don't understand the system. We go after this paper money instead of what? Ife anyị nwere on ground. Now back to agriculture. Ashebe ikwute esiri ibi Italy, onwe ikwute maka Italy nji wee sị ka m call because I was watching you people ka m bata ka m kwuo okwu. Onwe sị na I am ade agriculture by asị ka ọ bụ. Excuse me 1 minute. Ihe bụ avocado pear. Right? I bought this €2.50, the smallest one. Now imagine ihe a na-eto na ana Igbo bai. Akwụnụ dị away.
Exactly.
Ka ọ ya adị ebe anyị nwere ife a nke anyị na-ebu ibu, nke anyị na epe mpe. Ka ọ ya adị ka Anambra State supply ya the whole Europe avocado pear. Ego oyo. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
A minute again. Ihe a bụ okra from Turkey, from that side. Ọ gba kịrịkịrị. You cannot compare it with nke anyị in grade. Imagine ọnwụ na anyị na-supply the whole of the whole world okra. Now, ọ na-eto na be anyị. Agriculture abụrụ only ịkọ onion na ịkọ ji, mba. Agriculture comprises of everything ọwụ na a na-eri. Now, ihe na-ewute m na be anyị bụ na ị na-anya kịta na Europe ebe anyị na onwe ihe mmụtara, ihe nchọpụta na Europe nwere federal government ha, nwee state government, nwee local government, bịa nwee nke a na-akpọ city government. That city government kịta otu Onitsha dị kịta, Onitsha nwee representative nke ọ bụrụ gọọmenti ka anyị akpa esi kpọọ ya Onitsha government. All that government ye determine ebe pipeline ya aga. Ịbịa kịta, ịbịa na city ga-ebe ibi n'Italy kịta. Ichi imebe pipe waya niile gara jekwu ndị city ha gwaghị ebe ife niile ahụ gara. Ọ bụrụ federal gọọmenti ye determine ebe ọ ya aga. Ọ bụrụ steeti gọọmenti amụrụ ebe those states gara. All those people nọ a na-akpọ ndị city. Ha nwa ma na be ha. Ọ ha nwa ma ebe ihe niile gara. Secondly, ha nwa ma ebe anyị alụ ụzọ mara ebe anyị alụ ụlọ. Ọnya mere iji wee fụ na abịa n'Italy, you can drive in your tractor to any portion of the land they were economy. Mana n'enu by ogodu no nwere onye chọrọ ije kọ nri n'azụ by man the world is advancing. Mgbe eji ọgụ iwere ukwu na-akọ nri na-abend agago. Kita ahụ mechanized agriculture ka a na-akọ. Now, mụọ na mụnwa je bute that tractor, mmegbu nwe gafe n'ihu be gị because ịgbago fence n'ụzọ gị. Mmegbu nwe ga my own land because ịgbago fence. And mgbe ị na-agba fence you didn't care because na ana gị ka ọ bụ. So who can then dictate na ebe a ma mgbe ebe a fence there is movement of tractor from here na general farm or the city government. So the first thing ndị Igbo ga-eme bụ try to what to bring the government closer to our cities. Each town or dị n'ala Igbo nwee its own representative. Ogodo no government on your government but o nwee ha na-epụta ọ na otu akịta amụ nwa onye Nnewi ọ na Nnewi nwe government nke ọ dị very closer to us. We can elect a representative. It's a plan. It's a city planning by. Onye bonye afụ n'ọrụ ụlọ ebe onye afụ n'ọgbapụo mmiri ọbụla steeti gọọmenti ya afụchi ihe niile ahụ ọ da city gọọmenti ya sị na a na-arụkwa ụlọ be anyị ha ejene na-emere onye na-arịa ọbịa onye nye repọtụ na ọ na-arụ ụlọ na-emere ebe ọ na-arịa ebe igwu a na-agbapụo mmiri oke negodo ịmụkọ ha mmiri ana egwugoro mmiri na be anyị egwupụgoro onye rụchi ụlọ ogwuo how many feet si na ọ na-agbapụ mmiri ihe niile na nwechara effect later but we are not seeing it now. So kedu ihe anyị ga-eme anyị eburu ụzọ putuo onwe anyị together eputuo onwe anyị together anyị enwe city representative abịa na ọnụ otu amụma onye bụ iwu abịa na your own town unu ekwuo na side ya nọọsọ nni ka anyị ada akụ ya. Apart from these two things in gosiri on the most expensive thing go na this country mango. Then I begin to think, I'm going to go one piece of mango, 4 euro, 5 euro. Then I begin to think and say, mango na fusina buy. Ana buy the mango very well. Kedu ko ya do ka enwe ihe dịka elande ha ka the whole of Onisha and Obosi and Doha. Ọwụrụ mango ka akọrọ na ya. In a year's calendar ojieme. Imokore ga ihe nweta na that mango ka I go preserve where sheep way out. Karịrị ego ihe nweta n'oyi. Imoko employment or create so Sunday government imoko ego na ya. This is how to create job. Maybe in Europe, I'm seeing it in real. Secondly, and where that city representative, if I it's a very simple thing. Okay, all of you watched what happened in East in Christmas. Yeah. Look at the way people see throw money up and down, spending money carelessly. Why can't we come together and use this money to develop our respective cities? How? We can elect a representative, or go no through fundraising, or go no through taxation. You can block a road in your town. You go on your get by 10 euro. And how 10 naira or 20 naira. How na the people? No, in the next coming months, they will like development. I have seen every people like it. Man, how to do it is what we don't understand. When you begin to tax people, now what are they those dear? If now somebody making with yourself, 5 million, so no na 15 maybe call kaba. So can you hear I want you why? Now, you know by another yard na Europe, and my feel maybe within before 11 pothole within 24 hours, I notify go there have your fix here. The company area do get back already. They need hotel Nigeria. Otu anyị nọ kịta ọ bụ na Ọnịsha ya enwe Ọnịsha construction company managed by Ọnịsha people. Ilu na-emebi ha kwa na the company abịago lụọ atụ anyị nwe company a even ndị Igbo bide anyị nwagoro ndị Igbo bide ifu na ọ gaba practice make perfect anyị kpọkọrọ ụmụaka anyị gụrụ engineering anyị eputuo ha through ha alụbe when they make it they become perfect ifu na other states ga na-akpọ anyị ọrụ. That's how to raise money. That's how a government makes money. Mana kedu ihe na-eme the question kele ebe anyị nọ. Can't we put ourselves together? If you economy in it, no, all do to not buy gas also. It's a good town planning, and when city by city, town by town, if people attract, it will attract investors. So all now the only thing for now, see Margot can buy a rule, Margot say about fancy. Farming, can you be a CJ farming? And no, but you don't own land. The lands are owned by government. I know military. I did from work in military. farm work, you go to the city government or the local government, you go to the city. Hey, you portion ebe ya konni. Obu na ebe you use for 10 years. They will give you. Ama na ebe no so. Ka ihe a na-eme n'Italy this ka ihe eji eme vino.
Enwe many amakwan ma fi eji eme vino ndị
Enwe that seed a na-akụ n'Italy eji eme vino. Da mkpụrụ seed a apụta iji na gọọmenti apụta nye ga na ebe ya akụ in the next 10 years, in the next 10 years, almost man, if I paper money, but any small thing here, we cannot sustain ourselves. Now, can they depend on it? I depend on it, and they for and another thing, Biafra. Any Biafra comprised of the South is total zero. I'm not part of it. One day, any landlocked country is bound to fail woefully. Anybody that landlock you will determine your economy, will determine your trade. Sorry, excuse me. Shop iPhone. Yeah, this is my phone. Phone. Then entrance. On entrance ebe na-ele phone. Lent ya mmadụ imebe m before mmadụ abata na my backyard. Je go phone, he have to pass through me. O before je phone onye nọ na backyard. Ọ na na-ele phone, onye nọ na my backyard na-ele phone, onye bi n'ime my yard na-ele phone. Ịbịa mmekwe ka ịhapụ nke m jegoro nke onye bi n'ime be m. No. Mmekwe ka ịhapụ m nwa jego nke onye bi n'ime be m. Then I will put a heavy tax on that ụzọ ahụ yesi gafe. Or discourage jail from Ijeba, he couldn't move. So now, in a it happened that they will determine your trade. Ibu atafia, how are you quacky buata? And you option. Email option. Let's say how are you email option? You are landlocked. Generate the whole landlocked country in Africa. They are totally poor. They will depend on other countries to trade. Now, so only now so question also that is landlocked is I'm not part of that Biafra. Nke landrock I need home here because he have total failure call ya. Okay, negodo na ka me go imagine now. Kele ha ya zoom kele nda ye trade mu bitkita. Iji na trade mbe landlock logo. Ke bi esi bugata ife. Ichogodo na chori to kele bi esi to ya. All bata be ha they can tax you. Direct tax. Do tie increase every year. So ihe ni na nnekwu ka ma na
you're very interesting and then you give much time. You can round up. I will still come
back.
Okay.
I believe no na got give him one can round to say up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, what our brother just said about food. Okay, check and join your question before Bapu also because some were question Madocha Ngwam join before Bapu also. But I believe next time he will be here. Now, with what he just explained here, I pick a lot of points because many people, when we say, have we corrected that mistake? Some people think it's by population, we are everywhere, and when they go. That is not the mistake of Biafra in 1967. Because when question comes, you have to think to know where this question is going. And the end of the day, Ukwa is one of the most expensive food in Biafra land today. And that food is being produced by Biafrans. Why is it that Ukwa is the most expensive food? Because no one and our land is fertile. Do you think that Obunna Madu will protect now well that Ukwa? Because we are saying the Fulani was able to penetrate us because we abandoned our bush. We abandon it and run to the north. Actually been a city, Ijebutego. If the Biafrans we are busy investing and securing their bush, the Fulani will not take over our land. We abandon our land. That is why nobody want to go in. How can Fulani come a place where you have like 21,000 acres and you of a farm that people are working every day there and put there? They'll know, but why Fulani come is because we are doing 100 by 50, loan everything. Fulani will chop it off. When you have such amount of acre, Fulani enter there. you will make a lot of money in their head. Because you even sue the state governor for allowing that. But we are crying about Fulani. Have any Biafran sue any Fulani man for destroying their crops? All we can do is to video it. They are destroying our crops. So, but we are seeing the Fulani who we say they are not educated. When you kill one of their cow, they will retaliate. Oh. But before they will retaliate, they will first of all call police for you. Police will arrest you. The community will pay. Then after they collect money for their cow, they will now come and kill back. That is, they are more intelligent. We leave our land to be secured, which means we have not corrected the mistake of 1967 to 1970. The question I wanted to ask that a black man is if he believes in Biafra, because many people say that he is against Biafra restoration and he is against Nnamdi Kanu, and he run out. But I believe that will be case for another day. So, Snow White, Frederick, finally you made it. Your network was poor. I bring you not less than 5 times before this one. You can say your own or your opinion. Welcome to the program.
Hello, good evening, sir. All here, Biafra.
Almost here, Biafra.
So here what is the way forward? Have we learned from the 1966 to 1970 Civil War? Is that not what we're discussing about?
Yes. Have we corrected that mistake? Because with the mistake we made that led Biafra not to be restored.
The answer is no. We've not corrected the mistake. But for us not to come here there with you our time. You've said a lot. I want to thank all the panelists here present. You've made a lot of points, which also assist from their points. In summary, I have few things to just ask what they said.
Mas, please, can you be audible? The thing is not coming out clear, please.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Okay, it's more better now.
Okay, I'll make it. So, I Google a lot of things. I raise a lot of points, which all of them are in the right direction. Every point, every decision, every opinion is welcomed. We are all here learning. So exactly. from the points we most of us suggested here, I picked some of the points. So I want to outline the way forward. That is what I call it, the way forward. So one of the way forward, which I outlined, I just wrote down some headlines. One of the way forward, which I outlined, we need to make more allies, African allies. We need allies, just like our leader have made allies with Ambazonia and the Oduduwa. You get my point? Like you raised the point that they are not yet a republic on their own, but still, we still need them for now. Until they become a republic of their own, we still need them. They have 1 or 2 roles to play in actualizing our freedom. We still need them. So our leader has gone a long way to create this relationship. So we shouldn't start castigating it now. I know with time, if not because that he's not around now, these allies or this
do you know the headline? We are not talking about ally here. Nobody will come.
I know. I am giving you my way forward. You understand me? I said we need to make more allies to correct the mistakes we make during the Civil War. We never had allies. Those people close to the oceans, those people that are close to the where all these blockages were done. We never had them. So that was one of the mistakes we made. You get my point? We are landlocked. There was nowhere we can bring in food to support our children, our women then. So that was why this issue of Kwashoko was at a higher rate. So we need people close to the riverine areas, all these the coastal regions, like the Amazonia. They are in the close to the coastal regions. Like the Oduduwas, they are close to the coastal region. So we need to make allies with them, regardless that they are not yet a republic. That's what I'm saying. You get my point now. So that was the mistakes we made during the Civil War. So which we are going to correct now, and which our leader has already done some part of it. So what I'm saying in a nutshell is that we need to make more allies with independent countries, African countries. That's number one point I am saying here. The number 2 point, we need to encourage people to invest into agriculture. You understand me? I need to encourage in the buy, can invest more into agriculture, and also empower those that are in the business already. You understand me? To improve their productivity. That's my second point. From all what you guys have said, that's my points I'm making. We need to encourage our people, those that are not into agriculture, to go into agriculture, and those that are already into it to improve in their productivities through mechanized farming, through providing all the resources they need to improve their farming, their productivities. Then number 3, encourage local production of machineries in case of eventualities. You understand me? During the 1966 to 1970 war, most of the machineries we used during the war were locally produced. You get my point? So we need to ask our people, we need to encourage our people to go into production. If there's any possible way we can send them to go and learn those things, to go and learn how to produce all these military hardwares, like the weapons, whatever, we can, if there's a way, we can encourage them by sending them to those institutes where they can produce those things and learn on their own. We have the resources in our country to do all those things. Just that we've not had people that have that intelligence to produce those stuffs. So if there's any way we can encourage them, sponsor them, send them to go and learn those stuffs, at least it will go a long way. Then make more allies with world powers. Like our brother Simon Ekpa was suggesting that we should make ally with North Korea. You understand? Those are not having any bilateral relationship with France, US, UK, and other countries. So look for such countries that have military hardware, manpowers in terms of military, to make allies with them, communicate with them, tell them what we are fighting for. Bring them into this our agitation. It will also go a long way. What we failed is that we never had allies. We bought machineries. Ojukwu hired machineries that fought the Civil War. If you go back to the Civil War video, you see them. Some people were from South Africa, some were from Belgium, about 4 or 5 of them.
Mazi, what we are discussing here is not the area you are going, because you are just based on allies. Before
I'm not saying allies. Listen to me, bro.
Just wait. Let me come back here. You are the one to start something. Where you fail, first of all, we fail in 3 ways. And that 3 ways is: 1, insufficient food to sustain the soldiers, and also sustain the people you are fighting for. Number 2, insufficient weapon. Because for you to bring in weapon, if we are good in production, like Israel now, before Israel will order for weapons outside, they will know where they have done things before they will call for other people to help them.
Maza, let me correct one impression. 1 minute.
I want to outline some things for you so that you will start from there. Then, thirdly, the Igbos, the Biafrans who have left the Biafra land and went to the north and invest all their investment in the north and went to Yoruba and invest everything, they use it against us. So have we corrected that mistake? When you are talking of ally, that is another case. You have to correct your own, because your ally will not help you your investment in the north to come home. It's not your ally. Can you sustain 1 year, 2 years before your allies will come in? Because not your allies will now come and they start your this thing. These are the areas the question is directed. So when you say the Igbos, the Biafrans are not intelligent, no, you get it wrong there. We are more intelligent. The question is, if the Igbos really want to correct that thing, they are into production of bombing and different kind of weapon during the war. After the war, they could have pushed to have a company, legalized company, or maybe they will call it a state company, and they will be producing all those things in that our land. So that, but nobody, we just relax in Nigeria. So let us not to talk of ally. Correct yourself first before you talk of ally. Thank you. You can go ahead.
Like I said from the beginning, that we've not corrected the mistakes we made during those times. Number 1, I talked about agriculture. That is one of the things we can do to correct the mistake of food shortage or food blockage. You understand me? One of the things. Secondly, I talked about encouraging people that are already in the field and encouraging people to invest, people that are not in the field, to invest into agriculture. If you got my point, that's my second point I said. Then I was talking about allies, because if we have allies close to the borders, like those people stay in the riverine area, like the coastal region, we have the Amazonia, we have the Oduduwas. All those people are staying in the coastal region. If we have a concrete mutual or bilateral agreement with them, if there's any eventualities, we know that we have an escape route where we can bring in food, machineries, or whatever through there. That is what brought about the issue of ally. You get my point? That's what brought about this issue of ally. So as I was talking before you cut me short, I said we should also get allies with world powers like Korea, like US, or like any other country that doesn't have bilateral relationship with Great Britain, France, and Nigeria, for example. That was this another way I talked about issue of ally. I talked about training our men, our gallant men, into several military fields. They should go and learn all this production of hardwares, military hardwares, production of ammunitions. We know we did it before, but you cannot open such factory in Nigeria as long as you're living in Nigeria, as long as we're still in Nigeria. The only mistake we made was that we did not continue where we stopped. All those things died down after the Civil War. You get my point? So that's what I'm trying to say. We should train our men, sponsor our men if there's possible, where we can have them trained, where we can have them trained.
Wonderful contribution. Your time is up. Use 1 or 2 seconds to round up.
So in conclusion, what I'm trying to say is that all we need is to move forward from where we are now. One, we need to impose strict sanctions on our taxes, just like our brother is encouraging. You understand me? Also, activate this at home. You get my point? Let's activate it so that we can put more pressure to federal government, you understand me, to achieve our aim and purpose. Exactly. But note that most of the food produced in the north are produced by the core northerners. I want you guys to note this. All the food production in the north are from the middle belt. You get my point? The north does not produce food. That is why you see all this killing going on in the middle belt, because they know they are the heartbeat of food production in Nigeria. That's what I wanted to take.
Wonderful contribution.
Thank you very much.
Abumunwa Biafra, you have 2 minutes to air your contribution.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Lovers of freedom. Biafra, I greet you all. My brother, according to the topic, it is very, 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 very nice one, I would say, because without we having way forward of this very topic, if anything happen, so that the same mistake of 67, 70, it may happen again, and it's not what we're praying, and we cannot pray for that. Let me start from if things will go well after the war, we wouldn't have been saying all this thing or fighting all this thing we are fighting today, because that war, before our people surrender, there were many atrocities committed before the surrender. You see, these people we call Ohanese today, they are not Ohanese. Let me start with that. I will make you understand. I know the topic you brought, and I will land on it. These people who are calling Ohanese, they are number one problem of we don't have all this thing today. Remember our internal leader, we are shouting to our people who were in the west, the Lagos, the west and the north. He was calling their name. And the people of our own time now, they are even repeating the same thing, which our leader also be shouting. So these things are happening because we have to understand that there is a hidden and secret agreement
that Nigerian, which British use to have with some set of people, just like the way they made Nigeria without the consent of the indigenous people. There were the set of people who were being used. And these people are the one that opposed Osahaneze. Now, for example, after that war, Iwanyanwu were the one who championed in 1982, who championed for the Nyoma to be removed out from Biafra. They know why they did that. And in Nigeria agenda, they know why they are still calling 5 East Biafra, 5 East Biafra, because that is in their own agenda, but we don't know that. Now, if our brother Mbeto were allowed to continue, by today, not only cement he will have been producing today. You see Dangote. You see how Dangote is taking over, being in charge of everything. It is not by his power, but it is the agenda of Nigeria, which empowered by the British, because British doesn't want us to have our freedom. Now, there's people who are willing to have this kind of farm production industry, but the majority of them who are having discouraged, because they said when they started this, that the same government will come for them. So we don't have remember how George Obiozor was imposed on us. It was Mieti Allah who wrote a letter. And this is the person that people that defend Osahaneze. So this Osahaneze something is a scam. Because if Osahaneze is real, it will have included both Anyama people. Included, because there was nothing like South. After all this amalgamation and all these things, is when all this South and this all that were come out. So there was nothing like that before, because we are white people, and they know why they are divided things. Now they still know the reason why they stop Mbeto not to be exist. Innocent is existing, and is staggering. You know how IPOP fight to make it stand? Yes. Now, because that is a car production part. It is not food, because from Mbeto, many things were about joy till today. So people are having discouraged. People left what they're supposed to do and just say, let them continue life. Just like as they continue in the north, as in the Lagos. And the same way people are living the farm product today, thinking that this Nigeria something is a something that everyone not to be, everyone not be able to. So people are having discouragement. But if you ask me about what I mean, the way forward, my brother, I will say the way forward would be first and foremost the people that are interested on Biafra restoration. By the cooperation as time goes on, then we will do things in a way that these people will not be aware of it. Remember one announcement our leader make one certain period, how our people need to go into farming, doing something and all that. That is very, very important. Now, we have ESN who will defend the land. You understand me? Because if everybody now leaving the land and going to Lagos, going to North, and going everything, that is why we are seeing ourselves today in the way we are seeing ourselves. Okay? Now, the problem is, how can you make everyone understand that this famine...
We have a few minutes to round up, please.
It's okay. How can we make everyone to understand that this famine, it is very, very, very important? About the weapon and all that, our brothers, many people are making a very good contribution. But before we make an allied with any country, we shouldn't be US or all those countries, only North Korea. Because these North Korean are you can look at the people who are not good relationship with UK and America. That's the people we can make this thing with, allied with, not another one. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. I am so tired now. So safe. Before I come to Mazi Eze, let me bring Peter in. Mazi Peter, can you use 3 minutes to address us on this very issue? Sorry. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Mazi MT. Eziokwu bụ ndụ, nwanne m nwoke. I dey greet you as Chigozie, nwanne mmadụ. A man with truth and honesty. Anyway, why I came in is because I saw one person that came in into your platform, Mazi today. This guy that calls himself a black man. That man has always been against Biafra restoration. That guy has always been against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu with everything with him. That guy with what is his name? This Udele in Nigeria that is working with DSS has always been. So when he was making his statement, I wanted to write, although I wrote something, but I just laugh. People like that, they will never make sense. Look, he was talking about landlocked. There is no country in this world that have landlocked that are succeeding. That doesn't make sense. There are so many countries in Africa that are landlocked. They are succeeding. So what he said, there are so many countries in Europe that are landlocked that they are succeeding. They are also in Asia. So to me, it doesn't make sense. So please, Mazi Achebe, some people, when they come to your program, try to look at them. They shouldn't come and get some people angry or discouraging other people to support this struggle. Because what we are doing is for our own good. If he knows that Nigeria is better, why is he in Europe? He could have went back to Nigeria and support his brother Udele. So people like that, when I see them in a good program, that we have people here that are making sense. Somebody like that is coming to discourage people. Those things, we don't need things like that, my dear brother. Exactly. This guy has always kicked against anything that has to do with Biafra or anything that has to do with Igbo people that are making progress, making sure that our lives will be better for us. Because we can't keep on living in a country that doesn't even recognize us as a citizen. Even as second-class citizens, they don't. Nigeria, that Jew never recognize us as a second-class citizen. Not talk of first class. Then you will see somebody like this will come here and be talking about land law and talking about what he's talking. It doesn't make sense to me. That is what I want to say. I'm sorry to bat him and be this way, but when I saw him, and I thought he will come and be making sense. Since the Nnamdi Kanu was arrested, has he ever come to TV? They are happy. Most of them are very, very happy. Today he's coming to your program to talk what he doesn't know about. Make
to ask him that question before immediately. I wanted guys.
He ran. I know he will run away. I know he will run. I know he will run. He will not even stand to answer this question. So people like that, when you see them, that particular, I know he has changed his name. He was not answering black man before. He has changed his name. So next time, I know his face very well. If you see somebody like that, please just take him away. Don't even talk too much. Do if it was network, take him away. Because those people are discouragers. Those people, they can even take people's picture, like we are talking, and they send it to the Nigerian government. That are their work. He's one of the best friends of Udele. Best friend of Udele, that particular guy. There is another one too in Greece.
Yes,
there's another one that in Greece.
I know that one.
That he's not coming anymore in social media. They have run away. They know what is happening in Buhari. Are they blaming the Nigerian government? No, they are blaming you and me. That every day we are fighting to make things better in our own country. My dear brother, thank you. I'll just stay behind. I'm sorry to be this way, but
thank you. Now, like we have really spent time here, and I would like to drop the curtain here. But before I do that, I would like Mazi Eze Chigozie to let us on some things that Igbos need, Biafrans, because I don't want to use the word Igbos, about that mistakes. Let us not talk of allies, because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the only person that can, we know. You cannot be announcing who you want to make your ally to. That's why I don't want to go the area of allies. And I want to base on the area of the one that we know we can do, because this ally of a team is a sign of laziness. So, Mazi, what do you think that can Biafra be restored without we being in charge of Biafra land? If yes, because can you explain it? And then if Biafra cannot be restored without we being in charge of our land, also still educate us. So when you are talking, I'm coming. Just keep on, because I'm hearing you.
No problem, my brother. Everybody that have just come to this wonderful program by our brother Mazi MAP. I just want to thank every one of us in our contribution here today. I always tell my people, if you are not ready to embark on this journey, it's not by force. Why I say this word that is not by force? Anybody that is being a saboteur, when this our brother Mazi Peter was talking about, you don't know me that much. When you're talking about Ujele, which is the guy in Turkey, there's some people you don't need to. I appreciate you noting. I don't know that guy, but for you talking about him and Ijele doesn't know that guy that much, but Ijele know who I am very, very well. Before he was in Turkey, before he was full of lies, before he was being deported to our place. My brother, you see this struggle that we are struggling. If you don't know who you are, which is that truth, my brother, if I like, you see, that is my name my mother gave back to me. My brother, if anything happened to me, it's only the will of God. Because why I say it's the will of God, because I'm not afraid. What where have stepped in my footstep, most of them will never step that footstep, that place. My brother, every of us in this program, we're going to die one day. But what is your legacy? So I'm not afraid, but I thank you for mentioning that guy's name, because he said, by their fruit you shall know them. You know, I always, whenever you see me, I come to this program is because of the great thing my brother Mazi MAP is doing. I love him so much, and I can take bullet for him. The only thing I cannot take from him is one thing: the day he defeated himself from this thing that he started. And I told him, as my brother, the day he started joining the people that is sabotaging this struggle, I told him that, and I will still tell him that day, the land of the ancestors of our great fathers that we didn't even meet will take him, because I know who I am. So God give me a power, and the power, the day I'm going to lose that power is the day I start sabotaging my brother, sabotaging what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu mother, father died in this struggle. The day I try it, Allah Biafra him. What I want to contribute here today, Mazi Achibe, we in the diaspora, we have a lot of rules and a lot of contribution to make in this struggle. Because God, Chukwu Kikabioma, didn't bring us from the land of the rising sun to diaspora for money. God created us, every individual for us, for a purpose. And if you don't know the purpose why you are created, you'll be misled in every of your life. Some people have money today, but they don't have peace of mind. Me, as I'm here, I have a peace of mind. That's why I'm happy to call. That is my name. I don't hide my name. Anybody that want to do anything, let them do it. I'm waiting for them. So what I want to contribute, Mazi, we all here, we are intelligent. Ndị Igbo toro n'ilu, so agbakọ onye ọma mere ọgbọ ọfụfụ. We cannot leave the people that is in darkness and we that God has bring to the light. God did it. If you remember, most of us, when we're in diaspora, there was some of us that we are doing fasting and prayer for us to get visa to come to diaspora. There's some promises we make to Chukwu Kikabioma. But when we come to the diaspora, some of us forget the purpose and the promises we make to our Chukwu Kikabioma. If not for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, every of us here will know what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu stands for. You know what is the meaning of that country called Nigeria? The kind of millions of money promised to that man, he denied it. My brother, I'm proud that I know Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So what I want to contribute here today, Mazi, please, I beg you for one simple thing. You have to be agitating more on this sit at home. And this sit at home we are talking about is first of all for we to get our able Mazi Nnamdi Kanu out from the dungeon, because that man has a lot of things that we don't know. And I believe so. And I pray that everything you did here today was awesome. But what I am praying for every day, tap in that word, sit at home, compulsory, because you are a very strong comrade and you are a very good leader. Because a good leader should show good example, which you are doing. And I really appreciate it. That's why you can see me come to your program without looking back. All I'm looking is the way forward. So what I'm telling you here today, we in the diaspora here, we have a lot of things to do. All this idea you said here, awesome. But we cannot leave this idea for the people back home. Because that word I say, as you are doing every time in this program, start picking people that is important. You understand? This platform is not just for anything's sake, but every time in this platform and this wonderful program you are doing, pick people individually. You can talk things on the ground, not always on the social media by all we are saying here today. Try to be picking people. As I'm here, I'm picking people too. You understand me here? People that we can be able to like do something, not just to come and talk. I believe in action, because I believe in one thing in my life. There's no harm in trying. It doesn't matter how many times you fail, but the most important thing, if you know where you are going, you're going to get there as far as you stand by the truth. Our helper is there, but there's some step we need to take. We here now, what you said about the agriculture and everything, my brother, it was awesome. You know, and all this thing we are talking about is what is going to create job in the Biafra land. I don't believe in all these governors and everything. We can do better than them. And the change started from somewhere. That's why they say Rome was not built in a day. So we that have volunteered ourselves to do all these things, we can do better. We in the diaspora here. But how can we connect in a very positive mind, in truth, in sacrifice, in diligently, which Onion do have showed the good leadership of what it means to be a leader. Because as a leader, as a preacher man, you must show example of what you are preaching, which is example of what you are preaching to the people for them to understand. We have the privilege to agitate in the place we have light. We can talk here like if you take now, we have been talking for 3 hours, almost 40 minutes. But in diaspora there now, the light, the network, many things is going to obstruct us. But we that have the privilege, I think we are the right people to go back home to do something. Because I am ready any day, anytime. You understand me now? Everything we said here about the agriculture, Mr. Eze Chigozie Henry, I cannot do it all, Mazi Achebe. What you stated here today was awesome. Everything you stated here, there's some contacts I have in diaspora here between bringing investors to Biafra land. But how can you bring investors to Biafra land without security? I cannot do it alone. That's why I always tell you that there's some certain things we have to discuss privately, not always on the platform like this. I cannot do it alone. You understand me? I believe in you, and I believe you believe in me. But one thing I hate passion in my life is lie. What you cannot do, don't tell me. Because I will hate you with passion the day you start lying to me. And any day you see me, I'm going to lie to you. I am always somebody that is open to learn. I am somebody that is I'm open to be obedient. But one thing I don't take in my humanity is lie, or taking my effort for granted. Brother, I'm going to crush you. If you be a man, as the way your mother gave birth to you, the way I'm going to crush you, I'm not afraid to crush you. If you say you are a man, come out, let's do it. So because I believe that I'm not doing it just because of myself. I am doing it for the generation even yet unborn. Because of what? because our people were not able to do it for us. That's why we are lavishing in different parts of the Europe, Asia, Indian, and other African country. You understand me now? So what we are talking here today now is how we can be able to connect ourselves here in diaspora, because we not only because we are talking, we are here. There's a lot of things we have seen eyeball to eyeball. That most of the place we reside, they don't even have 1/4 of what we have back home. So what we have learned here, how can we take off these collective things we have seen back to our Biafra land? That is the most important thing. And we shouldn't be talking about the people there. There's some people I know today, they cannot go, but they have the resources. But they are looking for people who they can trust. And you understand me now? I cannot do it alone. There are some people that is in America, Canada, Switzerland, Holland. They have contact, but some of them cannot even come to this platform and do it. But if we can connect ourselves individually and make this idea we have stated here today to be effective, Mazia Chebe, we can do it. If we can make a program and make it more effective by putting it as a responsibility of taking this thing you said here, it's a good idea. Because if you want to do agriculture, you want to store something, you cannot store something without having proper electricity or solar energy.
You can round up so that we have Machinek on the telephone so that he will come in.
Let him come in. Let him come in.
Okay, thank you. Snow White, Frederick, I could have bring you in, but your network is too bad. I tried to bring you in, but it's not sufficient. So if you can click the link, you have been here. I'll be watching you, and I will try to click it. It will not let me to bring you due to your network is too poor. Maybe it's under attack, because even watching or Dinkemma is you will see him here 5 minutes, they will remove him. So I'm very sorry for not allowing you to speak everything. I'm not the one that remove you, Frederick. But thank you for your wonderful contribution. Watching or Dinkemma, you have the microphone now to speak to the Biafrans. Especially, I want before you go ahead, I want you to still remind our people for the task ahead about the sit at home and every other thing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. The sit at home is a thing that collectively all of us must support it. Because without doing what we are doing, the Nigerian government will not talk about us. So sitting at home is a price that everybody must pay. Everybody must support it, because you can just sit there and these people will give you a referendum to leave Nigeria. Everybody knows that an average Biafra or average Igbo man is a pillar that holds Nigeria. That is why they don't want us to go. If we are not contributing greatly into the Nigerian economy, there is no way that by now they wouldn't say, make una carry on wahala go. So anything that will make Nigerian government to feel the pain, we must support it so that we can get what we want. There we go. Now, moving forward, my fellow comrade, Mazi Eze Chigozie Henry, he's making a point. He said that we in diaspora, we have to do a lot of things in order to contribute in this struggle. And if I move backward a little bit when he talk about encouraging our engineers, those engineers that he's talking about is those young boys and girls who are manufacturing a lot of things, but nobody is supporting them. As we are here right now, we can start something. If we determine, we can do it in order to help these people without expecting anything in return. How do we do that? We register a company with a name of our choice on how we agreed, the people who are capable financially, because we are going to invest our own without expecting anything to come out of it, but to use it to upgrade these boys. So we are going to operate it as an NGO but it is registered as a business. Why? Because by the time Biafra comes, that company is going to grow. And the people, those of us who agreed on this thing to do it, we are going to benefit on that when Biafra comes. That is one of the things that I think is very, very important, because if we are supporting this, putting everything in place, when we see them, we pick them. When we see them, we pick them. We now have a platform like yours, for example, or open a special platform for that once in a week we come out to showcase what these young people are contributing. Those ones, the ones that will help us during the time of war. We are not going to bring those ones. You know what I'm saying now?
Exactly.
We can always know how we do things so that nobody will come and they shut it down. What we are doing is to use it to help our people. The ones that will bring it up is those ones that motivate other people in order to learn. So that is the point that I pick on what you said. Then
Exactly.
going back on one of the people that make a contribution, then later ran away. He said that we need to have alliance with the Africa countries. IPOB is a freedom fighter, not a politician. And there's no way an agitator can be able to make an ally with all these countries unless those ones who, if we can be able to see the organizations who are also fighting for their independence, then these are the people that we can make allies with in terms of Africa. Because when we look at what happened in Kenya, one of the first countries that our leader Mazen Namdekano went there to have a worldwide live broadcast. See what happened because of jealousy. The government had to set him up. So these people cannot protect us. They are working with Nigerian government. Whatever Nigeria tells them, that is exactly what they're going to do. So that is why I don't agree with him on making an alliance with African countries, because that is to say making with the African politicians. Then there's a word where he said that Our brothers and sisters in the so-called South, have we finished making alliance with them? They need to wake up. Because when he was talking about making alliance with countries that is near to the coastal regions, who are the people that we're going to use in order to safeguard those areas? It's the people of so-called South or coastal region. Have they all agreed? Are we reaching out to them? Do we have, for example, Radio Biafra preaching to the people over there? What are the people over there doing in order to bring things that will help them get a Radio Biafra? Because they have to contribute their own too. Everything does not have to lie on the leadership. You have to put your own. What are they doing? So we need to start from the grassroots, just like what you said. You understand what I'm saying now?
Exactly.
But without alliance, getting this strong, I won't say alliance, but let us use that language because of what he said about Africans. If we are not strong with our brothers in so-called South, very strong, that they believe in us, how can we be able to have our alliance with Ambazonia, for example, to be strong? Because they will be sabotaging whatever that is coming up from that place. So these are the things I think we have to do. And this one that he talked about, Henry talked about, diaspora have a lot of things to do. And I'm talking about for us, or you are listening, to register a company in Nigeria. We are still under Nigeria. It's our right. To register a company does not cost much. All you have to do is to get a lawyer that will go and do the job. We'll register it as a business, but the function, the operation will be as NGO, but from our own pocket.
Mazi, do you think this very one is not what we work on the ground? Like if you read the comment Ogodo Biafra said here, I put it on the screen. He said, I need just 150 professional business owners for this, which means this point you are raising is what he's talking about. So, and he meant every word he said, because I don't think he will just be saying it. Although, okay, he is here, and I think we will hear from him so that he can clarify what he mean by he need just 150 professional and business owners for this. So these are the things we need to be looking up to now, because, and I think it's a very good idea that every person must. Before I get to the man, I hope you have rounded up, or you have watching again.
No, I mean I have rounded up. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Ogodo Biafra, can you please just a minute before I come back to you? I'll have Ifeanyi Peter here so that he's been here before you. So just give me a little minute. I'll come back to you. Peter, Ifeanyi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Why do you off your camera?
I don't have a camera with me here.
Which time you don't have camera? You don't have your phone. The phone you are using to do this thing has a camera.
No, I'm not using phone. I'm using PC, but the PC don't have a webcam.
Nevertheless, go ahead.
Yeah,
you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm calling from South Africa here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm living from here, and good morning from other places where you guys are.
Please be audible so that others will be hearing you. Be audible.
Yeah. So my contribution to this is that sometime I think if you guys can look back like on NSAS, if you watch what happened to NSAS during the NSAS time, you see how our Mazi gingered that NSAS. I think if you look very well, you will see that it's the engineer of that NSAS. Understand? So if we are doing things, we're supposed to know, are we ready for this? Because if you check very well, during the NSAS, some people are busy going to markets, some people are busy going to their businesses, saying that people are not, it's only students, people are not serious with this. But when Mazi continue to ginger everyone, to the extent that we take that NSAS lasts up to 2 or 3 weeks. You see? So look at it now. If you look at what is going on in our land, even the Eastern Security Network, their work, what they are doing to, like the way they are working, some sabotage are still there, pointing. Look at what Hope Uzodinma is doing in Imo State. He's busy looking for our Eastern Security Network, and people are busy pointing at them. So we have to start at home. If we need Biafra, if you look at Ambozonia start at home. They first gathered their people, talk to them, get grant from their home. That's why the Cameroon soldiers cannot penetrate. You see? So if you are in Biafra, first of all, you have to ask our people, are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Nobody is contributing to that. If we are ready for this, to go into war is not a childish play. We need to have farm. We need to have escaping where to get things. Understand? We need to have farm. We need to cultivate in our land. How many people are cultivating back home now? How many people are cultivating back home? How many people now can say that I can stand like 1 year without buying something outside? I can eat from my farm. Nobody can stand boldly and say that. So if we want this Biafra, we need to start back home. We need to come back home. We need to talk. There's so many people we need in this struggle. And those people, they are not taking it serious. They are seeing it as this thing. Maybe I will just come out now, they will see me in front camera. Next thing, government will come after me. You see? Look at it now. Since our leader now is in DSS custody, how many people are still coming online? How many people are still coming out? Some people even are denying that I'm not a Biafra. Some people even deleting Radio Biafra on their phone. So charity begins at home, and anything that doesn't have taproot can never stand. Any tree that does not have taproot cannot stand. We need to come back home. Start from home. We need to start from home. How many people are contributing money for this ESN, our ESN? How many people? Even people, some of people that is using our ESN to scam people. So all these things, if you check very well, look at Amazonia as an example. These people are very, very organized. They are very, very. If you're a saboteur, they will kill you. If you use the Amazonia struggle to scam people, they will kill you. How many Nigerians? Look at how many Biafrans. Check very well. How many accounts are you seeing online? And this is Biafrans using that ESN account to scam people. Check it very well. Just how many days, how many months our leader was arrested? What is happening? DOS this, DOS that. Check everywhere. This one we're tackling Samurai. This one what is going on? All these things, they just want to eat Biafran money. They just want to, but they're not thinking this money you want to scam from people is money we were using to fight for our freedom. Most of us here, you think you can afford 3 square meal, you have freedom. You don't have any freedom. You think you can afford 3 square meal, you don't have any freedom. You don't even have economic freedom. You don't have it. Look at back home. Check there's no good road. There's no somebody's talking about electricity here. What concerns electricity in farming? What are you gonna use electricity to do in farming? Let's go back to that farming first. Leave electricity alone. Let's go back to farming. How many families still farming in Nigeria and back home in Biafra land? How many families? You can boast now if you come to my father. Before, back in olden days, people said if you come to my father's farm, you can see a lot of yam bag of yam, a lot of cocoa yam bags. But now, how many people still have that yam bag? How many people now can say my dad still have yam bag? How many? So that's where we have to start. We have to start from 1 before you come 2. You have to go back home. Even in your community now, check very well in your community. When you say anything about Biafra, some people will say, you want these people to come. You know all these things. But when you have that, when we have that mind, one mind that this thing can work, when we have that mind, some of us are not ready for this struggle. Some of us, yes, are not yet ready for this struggle. Because before you want to come out to struggle for such a thing, you have to leave everything you are doing. The same way you leave everything you are doing in NSAS and come out. That's how we're gonna come out, leave everything you are doing, and join this struggle before we can get what we want.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. In that area, I can put it to the leadership. I keep on telling them there is some area you don't need to blame any person, but put the blame on the leadership for their failure. Like this very sit at home now that we make everyone to involve every Biafrans. It's only sit at home we know how many people that are in support. And when you order for civil disobedience, then you will know that if the people you are fighting for, are they interested to have freedom or not? If they are interested, they will be able to make sacrifice. So like what our brother is saying about our people to this thing, is still the leadership failure that is causing that one, because we cannot ascertain how ready our people is or are now, because the leadership have not carried out their assignment, which they're supposed to carry out. So the leadership, I will tell them that they failed in that area. I don't hide my mouth to say it, because if the sit at home is going on, leave it for the people. Give the order, support the idea. You see the idea, you are no longer thinking, but they are not doing it. So on that note, I blame the leadership for not giving any order, for not giving a direction to Biafrans. Thank you, my brother. Welcome to the program, Ogodo Man.
Yes, good evening, good afternoon. I believe everybody's hearing me. I enjoyed the gentleman that just finished making a statement, and I got caught where he said He mentioned men. I fully understand exactly what he's talking about. I once championed that to Onyisi Mazen Nnamdi Kanu when I met him one-on-one. But he actually admonished that outrightly, and I understood why he did that. He did that because he doesn't want something like money, whatever, in the struggle, which is fine. However, I try to explain that in any struggle, it's run with money. So in that case, there are some people outside. I am an IPOB member, a staunch one for that matter. And I pay my dues. Whatever that comes up, I do. I do protest all those things. However, I think it's time people are still looking at Biafra as something that is in the moon. For me, we have a country, it's just to get it restored. And the one does again. But another thing I keep asking myself, if we get this nation restored tomorrow, do we have plans on the ground to take it off, to run it? That brings me to my own area of profession. I am a fashion designer and I'm into fashion. And I can tell you right now that I have tons and tons and tons of clothes designed for Biafra. And I have a lot of them designed for all security outfits. All these things are there waiting. Why am I making this point? I'm making this point because tomorrow now, when they say, okay, let's do the referendum, and we will get the referendum, are we going to sit back and watch Nike to come and sponsor us, or waiting for Adidas to come and do this, do that, and that? No. It has to be indigenous. So why I mentioned 150 men was, I am actually looking at paying attention in growing professionals. When I mean professionals, I mean cabinet makers, they are professionals. I mean doctors, I mean accountants. I mean, they are professionals coming together, and I don't know what I should call it. I don't know if I should call it a Biafra Professional Businessmen Association. I don't know what it should be called. But it is completely imperative at this point that we need to actually get prepared. Getting prepared so that as soon as we are in, we take it from there without waiting for anybody. So, and these things were in a pipeline before Onis was kidnapped. And honestly speaking, I keep saying, like the other day I called, I said Nakachukwu did all these things, because if these things that is happening now did not happen, to be honest with you, to be very frank with you, there are some people that I actually respected so much, but the way they just fall apart, I am so surprised, but not surprised. So I give glory to God in everything that is happening. And I strongly believe Nakachukwu know all these things. So Achebe, what I'm trying to say is that it's time we look inwards, actually. Because forget about these people online now shout. All of them from A to Z, I know all of them, most of them, 90% of them were the same people that fought Mazen Nnamdi Kanu himself. I said 85%, 90% of them were the ones that were angry when Uchemefo was removed. So I don't want to go back to that point again, but the point now is a way forward. And when that gentleman made that point, I said, all I need right now is 150 professionals and business owners in order to form something. Because my brother, we need investors, we need investments in different aspects of life. By now, we're supposed to have a group or a union that is into real estate. By now, we're supposed to have a union or team that is into medical into different aspects of life, architectures. By now, we're supposed to have a master plan. This is the area I'm into now, looking into. I am not still looking at all these young kids. Most of them now around there doesn't know anything. Most of them were born in Okukumaiko, and most of them were born in Kafanchan. These people, most of them that shares recharge card in Lagos, they don't even know where the villages are. So sometimes when I see things online, I don't really pay much attention. All I do is just I go to their wall and see how old they are. I don't blame them, because even their parents that lives in Lagos and lives in Kafanchan have not even touched home for the past 15 years. There are people that live in Lagos. There are people that live in Onitsha. There are people that live in Aba that haven't gone to their village for the past 10, 15 years. So how could you teach your kids anything? So my brother, Achebe, to cut the story short, we should start looking inwards. What are we going to take down to Biafra land? What are we going to kickstart as soon as the flag is raised? Or a kickstart, so I think it's time. Professionals, business owners should come, especially we in the diaspora, because they are after their containers. We in diaspora, it's time I think we should form one kind of union. I don't know what it should be called, but focusing on building Biafra in different aspects. Forget when Nigeria, Zachara, Igbo development, all of them are politicians. I don't pay attention to those people. I'm talking about we in the diaspora. So it's not going to be easy, but that is the area I'm looking towards. And I just hope some group of guys will understand what I'm saying. And if I can kickstart something, that would be good. That's all I have to say, bro.
Thank you. Thank you. And I believe Biafrans are listening. So like what he just said, he need professionals like people that are good in accounting.
For example, let me just put it this way. I work in there with a lot of talented kids, they good in different things, especially like architecture. I keep saying architecture, meaning developments. That is the key things we should be looking into. And it's not individual thing. It is an organization thing. And we have a lot of realtors here in North America, in the Europe. And we have a lot of people. We have people. These people should come out now, and we all should be under one umbrella, like I call it the Biafran business and professionals or something like that, to actually begin to plan. There is no time. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Okay, sir. I have a question, please, sir.
Is it for me?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Machineke.
I'm listening.
Okay. I've heard what you said. And just like what I talked about, when as the estate, Chico really point about diasporas had a lot of things to do. Now that you are now a point of contact, needing 100 filters. So what would be the contact? How do we connect with you? Go through is a question.
Okay. From my understanding, is like I said, this is something that is boiling in me. I have different things that I'm going to roll out on a personal capacity. But again, this individual cannot just make a forest. Like my point right now is we have grown to a point of stop talking and start doing something. When I mean professionals, I mean doctors, lawyers, and engineers, cabinet makers, nurses, It doesn't matter. And business owners, when I mean business owners, you have to have your own business because it's going to involve finance. It's not going to be easy. I was just thinking about it. I wrote some things. I wrote some few things down, how it could be done. But you know what? I was going to actually present it to Onyendu, but his kidnap actually, my brother, his kidnap turned me completely, made me useless. I will be honest with you. It made me, I am completely useless as of now because I don't know what to do. In fact, I am completely useless, to be honest with you. The kidnap of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu disorganized me completely, both business and otherwise. However, I'm just coping and praying to God to put myself together. This is one of the things I was going to present to him and present to him some other things that I've done individually. But again, like I said, I'm into fashion. I have a lot of, I can't be there when we get into Biafra, Nike will come and sponsor our team. You know, everybody have got qualities in their own capacity, in their own area of life. I am talking in terms of a designer, a fashion person. So I will not be there. I own about 3 brands. I will not be there. When I say I will not be in Biafra land, Nike will come and sponsor our team. Nike will come and sponsor our sports. I will not be there. Adidas. So you see, in my own area, in my own field, I am already planning and making sure that that particular sport, that area, that is going to be indigenous. And I need, I don't care if there is another 100 indigenous brands. That is what we need. But we cannot be there looking for foreigner. The same thing they are doing in Nigeria right now. Everything is foreign aid. Everything from. So these are kind of things I'm saying, my brother, and I don't know how to, you know, get that strength again and they pull professionals together. But I think it's high time we should have such an organization that has a very good capital registration base in order for us to get something tangible done.
Now, the question Mwachineke asked is this: how can we contact you? That is, if you how can, like, if people are interested, how can they reach out?
Well, yeah, giving out the information is not a problem, actually, right? I can inbox you, I will inbox you my information. Like, again, this is just a thought. You know, when you are on your own like this,
exactly.
You know, there are things I like to do that makes me sit down and think. And when I do those things and think, I will come back online and see people ranting. I will just kind of like go back and sit down and say, these people don't get it. These people don't get it. They don't get it. You know, we need to do something. I'm going to inbox you my information. And the truth is that I have not gotten it started. It's just a thought. And I'm bringing it out now. And if it is something people think is the right thing to do, that will be something I will be happy to champion. To be honest with you, I have a website. I have about 2-3 websites. I can create another one for that. I am good in all those things, and it's time and stop all this bickering.
Exactly, because in that area, because I have thought about that before, but due to I don't have an idea how can I move from it. That is why I didn't push much. And the kind of finance that it required, I must say that I say, no, this is not.
Exactly. That is why when I see when people are fighting this gentleman, I call him gentleman because I've not seen anything wrong so far. The guy they are fighting in Finish. You see, my brother, our people need to get up and start reasoning. A man uses his money, spent his money. I know what building a website is. It's not chakan blog 125,000 naira. A man spend his money, build a platform, build a website. To build an app is not anything less than 10K. To build a functioning website is not less than 3, 4, 5K. A man does these things and uses his platform for our people to propagate the gospel. And some people are, I don't get it. I don't really get it. And I don't want to get into that area so that people will not misunderstand me. But it doesn't make sense to me because that guy could have used that platform for something else, the same way AIT is, the same way Channel TV is, the same way Lagos TV is. That is what that guy did there. He could use that to do other fashion thing or talk show or something, and people will not ask him, how come you don't use your platform to propagate Biafra? But he uses his platform to propagate Biafra, and people are fighting. So it doesn't make sense to me. But one powerful thing that guy did is, if you want to fight him, come to his platform. That is the powerful brain that guy used that place. Because if he was on Facebook by now, he's supposed to be, they will take him out. So let me not waste much time and let other people have a talk. But to be honest with you, what I just said was just, it is in my mind, and I think I'm going to bring it out public.
Because why I say it's a great idea, I have thought about that, but due to the finance involved, I say no. Because with what you are saying now, that will reach it once the group of people or the people start it. End of the day, you will see people coming to buy share in that very company or in that very district. These are the things like Nick now. Nick is a big company. We have Adidas.
Exactly.
We have many of them. So someone will start it, and it's a group of people that it requires a lot of finance to establish it.
It requires money. It requires money. What we're doing requires a lot of money. It requires money, my brother. It requires a whole lot of money. All these things you see, it requires money. So that is why I think maybe we'll, I don't know.
Let me hear from Eze Chigozie and what you think about that. Eze Chigozie, what do you have to say about that?
My brother, good things never come easy.
Exactly.
Before I brought this idea, Exactly. Before I brought this idea, Master Chebe, remember what I told you when I met you. First thing you need before you start all those things, I don't believe in money. There is money. I believe in trust. I believe in the future. I believe in plans. I'm not talking this thing for myself. I'm talking about something that God has given to us. Before I do anything in my life, I am bigger than that thing. The only thing, do you have the right people around you? You see, all this thing we are talking about, this struggle, I hope you are learning something from everything. I hope you are learning something. And this thing that is happening in this struggle is ordained. My brother, if this thing not happen to Mazen Nandekali, my brother, we have problem ahead. It's good for something like this to happen, for we to start picking people. So for me to look at now, they are playing African Cup of Nations. I don't care. My brother, I play football in Europe, but Biafra is more important to me than those things now. Today is African Cup of Nations hosted by Cameroon. I love football so much. It's my passion. I played football. But this thing, I gave my time for this thing because it's more important to me. The struggle is more important to me. For me to have good football academy in Biafra land is more important to me. I can make a contribution. But where are the people? Where are the men who doesn't put money first in what they are doing? You understand me? I need men like me who think like me. Like this, my brother now from South Africa. You know, this is what, remember what I told you. I said, Machachebe, in every time you're doing program, pick people. You are a wise man. Pick people. There are people, don't let them to be going. Pick people. People that is going to be consistent in what they are, in the utterances of their words. And you give your policy in your, like what he said now. Look at least we have achieved something today now. This our brother now is going to send you a link. Let's use you as a point of contact in this foundation we want to lay. And if you remember, this is the same thing I told you in the first time I have a conversation with you. And I thank God that we are going somewhere. So I believe in positivity. And the positivity is one thing. Are we ready? Brother, forget about money. There is money. Now, me tell you, say there is money. I know why I tell you that one, because I'm a very positive person. As far as you put God first in what you are doing, leave the rest for Him. As far as there's love and truthfulness in it, that is the key of Mazina Dekalo bringing every one of us together. Is Yoko Wondo. If we can be able to be honest to ourselves, to understand why we left our precious, the rising sun, the Biafra land to come to diaspora. I told you we didn't come to the diaspora by mistake. So as we are organizing this program, we are picking people. So this our brother that is talking now, he made a very vital point and vital expression of what he has. If you didn't come up with this program today, somebody is there since. But since you bring out your precious time to organize this program, at least we have achieved something today with this our brother. We don't know. But look at the idea I brought now, brought a fruit. And we are heading somewhere. So I believe in this thing you have seen today. I think this program, you should make it compulsory in everything, bringing people. And which is 2022, not 2021. We are heading somewhere, Chebe. So after you change contact with this guy, we'll sit on the round table. Mazi Achebe, I can travel to come and visit you in Italy. It doesn't take now. I will just take 1 hour. I take 1 hour, 45 minutes. I'm in Italy. This is the foundation. You see the real people. They are men. But the problem that is happening is this same agitation that is making people to feel that trust no day, brother, trust day. As far as you are a truthful somebody in life, my brother, you get there. As far as Chuko Kika Bioma, you love him and he loves you. He will connect you to the right people. And I believe we can pull mountain. I believe in this thing so much, and you know that. So collective idea, we can pull mountain, my brother. Forget about money, my brother. Money day. People day.
Thank you, my brother. Let me still hear word
Thank
from
you so much.
Peter before I come to Uche. Peter, are you there? It's like he's not there. Now, if he's not there, Uche, you are welcome to the program.
Ndewo Mazi.
Ndewo.
Okay, down. Good morning, everybody. I just see what is going on. I hope I will be in a right track. What I understand now is that the previous war that we fought, well, we defend ourselves from Nigeria. Our leader has always said that. He has been talking about it, the reason why we lost the war. A lot of us have talked about it, the sabotaging and all kinds of things. And that is exactly the same thing he started to make sure that those things didn't repeat this time, you know. And that's why he always talks, speech, preach, do everything for people to come to their reason, to understand that that thing that happened before cannot happen again. Then he started with media awareness of what happened, because I always hear, even from Simon Ekpa, that if that war, we would have held on for about 3 months before, that war we would have won, because there was no awareness, no media, nowhere to know what is going on, you know. So now, but we turn everything upside down and use what we're supposed to be doing and go against our leaders' direction. And we are doing nonsense. You understand? That sabotaging is what is the most important thing. And that is where Fulani has upper hand on us now, because they're using us to kill us. They use us to take everything we have, because some of us, our brain is like chicken brain. You understand? So my problem is not, apart from securing our land, which our leader was out to do that time. That is why he just closed his ear in everything. He was focusing on security, because if our lands were secured, everything would have been all right. But look at what is going on now with security. There's nothing you can do in our land without, first of all, make sure that our lands are secured. Look at in Enugu, our people are running to IPD camp, which has never happened when our leader is there. So my brother, the security is one of the most important thing now we should focus on and know what can we do to help our brothers on ground to know what to do. So that is what I'm saying, that our problem is security, not every other thing, because without security, nothing will work out. Fulani, they are out, to take over our land. You see where I'm going? That is what I'm saying. So I don't know, my brother. So we have to look into security.
Thank you, my sister, for that very wonderful contribution. And Ogodoman, this your point. I think is something we'll put a conference call offline. Then we'll now have a deep discussion on that, because this is a public domain and there are some settings.
Yeah, definitely we are going to I don't normally come to programs, but you remember the last time I came on board, because you see, any brains, we are all adults. We are all adults. So an adult ain't want a brain. So most of the things happening, when I look at the people there, I say these people are adults, but these people are really not adults. They are children, because sometimes it's not actually the age, the numbers that determines how matured we are. We need security down more than anything. But like you rightly said, there are people that are supposed to play the leadership role. And that is actually where I have problem. Apart from that, I don't have no, you see, oh my goodness. There are some certain things I wouldn't be, but the way this thing is hurting me, it makes me, I became so boredom. When you say along this that is that is, you can't even when you raise your left hand to raise your right hand to, so we need to do something, and we need to do something, and that is where I have problem with the leadership, because when somebody bring a good idea, the leadership should capitalize on it. And if the leadership could not come up with a good idea, if Achebe come up with a good idea, leadership should actually pick on that. And not every idea is good, but those ones that will work, the leadership should pick that, because a good leader, like I said last time, is made up by people around them. A good leader, a bad leader, is made up by people around them, around him or her. And a good one, a bad one is the same thing. Nnamdi Kanu is superb today, is people around him. It's people, he read a lot. He takes instruction from the least person that you will ever imagine. He bent down, he listened to everybody, he reads every comment, he picks what is right. And that is why he's a powerful leader. And that is why these people can't do him anything. If you hear that Nnamdi Kanu is no more today, is the way God wants it. Nobody. These people can't do anything. So the leadership now is, I believe they are listening to me. That is where I have problem. That is where I have problem. If Okonkwo said something that makes sense, pick it, do it. That makes a good leadership. If Okafor said something that is good, pick it up, work on that. It must not come from you. It must not come from you. A president always sit and watch people talk. His secretary will be writing down, making points. After that, he said, okay, I heard you. So leadership in terms of security down there is leadership. I don't want to use harsh words. They can still pick it up from where they stopped if they were deceived, if they don't mean what they are doing, if it was a mistake. But if they continue to keep a deaf ear, come on, I'm an adult, man. You don't pay my house rent. I have my brains. I have my own thinking faculty. I am from Newi, but I am not in Otolo meeting. Doesn't make me not being on a Newi. I am from Oga, and I am not in a Oga meeting. Doesn't mean I am not an Oga person. If I am from Ebonyi and I'm not in the Ebonyi or Hausara meeting, doesn't make me not be an Hausara. I keep saying this thing. So if the leadership is listening, they can still make amends and change. You must not be good in everything. You can be good in cabinet making, but you can be good in cotton. Cotton age, you have the good in here. Everybody have their own specialties and God-given talents. When are we going to bring it out? I will roll out something because in Kemumbu, that is why forming a union, I am seeing it as a difficult thing for me because the people that are going to come on board, are they going to have the same mindset? If you see where I have problem, my brother, but at the same time, we have to throw the dice and see who understands it. Just like Nnamdi Kanu shouting here, like I said last time, we started since 2009 from Sun newspaper. Actually, in a Sun newspaper, we moved to Guardian Forum. Actually, in our Guardian Forum, Naira Land was running that time. We moved to Naira Land doesn't want to hear anything, Biafra. It was when Nnamdi Kanu said, "Okay, watch, yeah, you're gonna see what is going to happen now." You see how I'm gonna. That was when Facebook was newly launched. He took advantage of it. We took advantage of it. So when I see all these, like you are wearing cap now, I won't criticize you by wearing cap. But I have seen many people wearing caps. When I look at them, I laugh. It's not all about wearing cap. It's not all about wearing red. It's not all about wearing blue. You wearing Nnamdi Kanu, wearing Biafra. No, it is inside you. What have you got to bring? What have you on the table to bring to the Biafra? And I am watching everybody. So many people are watching everybody. Imagine me since 2009 with me and Nnamdi Kanu from some newspaper forum. Actually there, I banye Guardian Forum. Actually there. Naira Land doesn't want to hear anything. You can imagine where we started. How far?
I think it's like someone wanted to ask you questions. Sorry to interrupt you.
That's fine. Go ahead, please.
Maazị Odikemma nwa Chineke, you can go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Biko nna anyị ukwu Maazị Ogodoma ya na Ezechi Gozie Henry. MAP, you're also welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Of these 150 professionals on a people here.
Exactly.
And you come a million of wolf. Just like it to Maazị Chigozie proved. With honesty, truth. But for me, even one of them, I'm I be there, whatever, come nine name. You gotta go. I'm a football club, everything gonna function free of charge. In fact, the workers only try be only not try be a volunteer when we call all. We do be any obia. Only snow na apunyo as a staff. And you're not apunya. Man, only if I want to money get. Gana to buy a benefit. You know, I will help one down. We bring her up. And they be anya mazeze no kalipuna the engineers na lopotam ife ja no ofuma eba ka anya modu pe ba. So I na kwe ka na meme. Then bikon open email ka a drop na private chat. Or send the alum mazi MAP. Those emails so that we can have our contact.
Ndewo. Shedrack, Frederick Snow White. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes.
Gawaniru.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I've been following you online, but I'm one of the secret fans. If you don't know, I think you're good work. Mazi Chigozie, I really appreciate you. Our sister Uche, my intake, I really appreciate you. Our father in the struggle, we really appreciate you for all your comments. Like what you guys are saying, investing in time is okay. One of the points I agree. In my previous contribution before.
Please, can you be a little bit audible because I adapt off man.
As in my previous submission I made, you understand me, I talked about investment. So I think it's one of the things that generated this new way forward. You understand? So our daddy in the struggle has made suggestion of 150 professionals, which I am also included. I'm inclusive. I need to be involved in it also. Then before we deviated to this topic, we are discussing about the way forward of what happened in 67 to 70. Like I said initially, we need to invest in agriculture, encourage people to invest in agriculture, also encourage new investors to come into agriculture. That's number 2. Number 3, train men in military formations. Number 4, sponsor our strong men to go and learn how to produce all these military hardwares, weapons, and whatever. That's my final. Okay, Udodi. I just need my summary, my last word before now.
I never understand.
Okay, then come another one. Choice suggest to food security is very, very important. Production of building of storage facilities for long-term storage and short-term storage for perishable and non-perishables. We need it in this time because this country I am, they don't have farm, they don't have anything. You get my point? But they have a lot of storage facility. And what makes the country grow is that because of their storage, they have light, 24 hours electricity. So most of the things they eat there are imported from other neighboring countries. So we need storage facility to boost our agriculture, our product. In Canada from farm, you understand me? The perishable, we can store it. In Canada, perishable, we can repackage it, make repackaging, baggaging. What is it called? Packaging and baggaging. That's another thing I'm suggesting in terms of food security. Then we're talking about human security, like we have ESN. Before all these things, that's why our leader established this security network to protect every of all these ideas we are having now. So we need to encourage our ESN, find a way of bringing these machineries which our men are going to use in terms of security.
Manzi, when you speak about this thing, I tried before to cut you off because you focus on the issue that we don't need to go into online. Issue of security is what we're supposed to be talking. That's why whenever you go there, I would like to cut you off so that we'll focus in the other areas. When you talk about security, we are not foolish that we cannot know the importance of security. We must, even issue of allies and security, we must not discuss that here. There is a way to discuss that.
Okay. Finally, my last word is I preach go Biafra to ourselves too much. It's high time we start preaching to other words, like preaching to other people. Like when I tell people I'm from Biafra, they will ask me, Biafra, where? I said Biafra is in Africa. Biafra is in West Africa, part of Nigeria. Like I met one lady from Papua Guinea. I was telling her I'm from Biafra. She was telling me Biafra. I said, yes, I'm from Biafra. She was like, Biafra? I said, yes. But when I mentioned Biafra in West Africa, in Nigeria, eastern part of Nigeria, he was like, southern part of Nigeria. I did not mention southeast. She was like, yes, she knows Nigeria, but she doesn't know Biafra. And I started giving her our history, how we started our civil war, whatever, how the name Biafra generated. She was like interested. You understand? She's one of the commissioner general in this country I'm staying. So it's high time we start preaching Biafra to other people. We have preached this Biafra to ourselves so much. Or go and get this evangelism to other countries, other people, so that they will be aware of what is happening in Nigeria. That is my submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Because I would like to round up because we have already spent 4 hours, 41 minutes, almost 42 minutes. Now, in the area of preaching Biafra to other people, that is exactly what Simon Ekpa is doing. Because how can you preach the other? You don't want it like let me use an example. Onye na-atụ ahịa especially connection to government house. Cannot get problem with ndị na-eche obodo. Mana ine Simon anya na can use for example like one of his campaign flyer info oyi akwa Biafra and o tinye something they represent Biafra and the organ meeting with his own colleagues on another broadcast and amam that noga kowagolu ha 1 or 2 things. So on where the areas in need is some people like that. That's where the people now push him, attack him, shihamba. This is what we need. And when some people what na hand on email struggle in a more mana all hanalu amanye he efe ije meet some certain people no obodo iju egwa ha nekwify nazo mana our people are not water that area. So preaching the gospel, taking the gospel to the new dimension is taking it to the other people who have not heard about it. Onwere ebe onye Igbo tata na anụbeghị maka Biafra. Onweghị iwu nọ na Nigeria tata na amabeghị maka Biafra. Ke ndị anyị na-preach irie. This enter Biafra in afọ onwe one person from Brazil. Chim that na ya na-ege one man no Simon o chegidere afia before mkpọgharị afa people na-broadcasting. Bogida afa before Chema about to Simon Ekpa kpogom about 10 people. End of the day, Oshim na yama Honda. Then when was Simon Ekpa Oshim yes. Oshim not the person na kowa maka Biafra na yana like ya but na no sa the person oguna. The person on emi ya ekwu n'eziokwu. Ma on ebo preach chelu nya maka Biafra. Opposite ya na azo no sabanye ogu. It take me almost 20 minutes to explain. that n'ihe ahụ propaganda nyegekwa na ntị na Biafra enweghị onye na-anụ ọgụ. So these issues now bụkwa another thing na-ebute mmadụ ya na-alụ ọlụ ọma, anyị nwejiri aka anyị na-akpụtukwe the same thing. So and onwe ike bụrụ na the person na egego ntị, ọ bụrụ na ọ come across ebe ụfọdụ kpụ ya n'ọnụ na-akọsi ka ya gee ntị, because iburu as an outsider ịnụcha Simon Ekpa, ị ga-like ka ị ga detail ka ị mara ihe the person preach, how they are doing. So that issue now, that is there.
Can I make a comment?
Go ahead, Mazi.
Okay, just like what you're saying now, let me come straight to the man, Simon Ekpa, because I've made an instance before that he built his platform. He's more like AIT, he's more like channel TV. He's, despite that he's starting new, despite that he's just one person. If he has 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5 person that is going to bring out money to invest, there is a lot of money in media, and the media is powerful. Can you imagine, just because Mbaka everybody is happy. The other day, Bubemonso mentioned, and everybody is happy. Just imagine when 1 or 2 politicians now will rise up from the Abuja and say what he wants is Biafra on the floor. Of everybody got happy. But somebody is already doing that. How many people in the US? There are so many of them that are holding positions. There are so many of them that are into politics. In Canada, US, Europe, there are people everywhere. How many of these people are using their political connections in their own respective countries to champion what Ekpa is doing? The answer is no, none. Can you imagine in every country, I only got people not into positions, not into surgeons, surgeon general, chief medical this, chief this in our factory, everywhere. Can you imagine when they are using their position to propagate for Biafra, exactly what this person is doing? Imagine another politician in Germany of a Biafran stock that is very bold and vocal like this. Imagine in every country, one politician everywhere. Imagine what that could be. Or sometime 2-3 months ago, this guy from Alberta, Canada, one judge became a judge of that, just that he said he had in support of, there is a way that statement went. Everybody was going gaga. Imagine if that person, it becomes in a position of Ekpa that is doing. Or is it because Ekpa is determined to do this? That is why he's being taken for a ride. Honestly, the thing that would them so much. Only would take them so much is because we are looking for personnel to speak up. And somebody is speaking up and turns upside down. That means when somebody else that is about coming up from maybe somebody, a mayor from somewhere, go for a Biafran stock or have a link with Biafra, he's gonna go in, he's not gonna say anything because of what is already happening. So it's really, really, really painful. It's really, really painful. Somebody made a comment. I was just reading it, smiling. He said, what we need to concentrate now on how to stop Simon Ekpa. I wrote to that person, I said, on what ground? Can you just elaborate on what ground? Is this man, is he the one that kidnapped Nnamdi? And if he's the one, is he the one that brought a plane to bring him to Nigeria? If he's the one, please, you know, the thing is a little bit, it's honestly is demoralizing so many people's spirit, but we are not going to depend on that.
Let's hear from our sister Uche to know.
Oh, okay, okay, Mazi. I see when you smile when our brother said something a while ago. Yeah, it's not a laughing matter. But what can we do? It's just we have to stand on our ground. Everybody, if you know the truth, stand on it. Last night, Simon Ever played so many voices yesterday night on his program. How you see the person who wrote this on on your platform now. The same thing that is the voice he played last night about people, how they're discussing how to pull him down, how they will attack him and make sure that they stop his enter Biafra. You know, if you go to yesterday's broadcast, you see all the voices he played, exactly what this person wrote now on our on this program. So you see, whatever we are doing, and our leadership cannot come to understand that they are doing damages to our struggle. And there will be a time nobody will not tell me anything to trust these leaders anymore, because they are showing that they are the ones that sabotaging our struggle. You understand? In a meeting for IPOB, their problem is how to pull down somebody who is fighting for us. You understand? So when he played all those voices yesterday, and when you look at these voices, they are not young people, you know, they are matured elderly people who supposed to know better. You know, they're supposed to know better. And they are there discussing of how to pull Simon Ekpa down. So when sometimes I ask myself, I say, but where did this man, Simon, get this strength that he has that will not allow him to quit this Biafra? I say myself, maybe there's a reason for everything. God knows why he is the one, because what they want to do is when they push him out, then he will take all the thousands of people that are following, that are listening to him, and go there and start attacking Mazin Nandekan and IPOB. That is what is happening all the time. When they attack you not strong. You go out and start fighting back. You understand? So what I will say that our leadership must be very, very careful, because these things will bounce back on their head, because it's getting too bad. You understand? On the meeting, if you go and listen to his broadcast. So my brother that talked there, what you said is what happened. So we must know that our problem is in our hand. Somebody said our freedom is in our hand. If our people are so stupid and ignorant and illiterate that they don't understand that this action will not give us freedom, we are fighting ourselves. You understand? So that's what I'm saying. We need to get up and talk to our brothers. And you see what happened. Somebody said yesterday that when they call Radio Biafra and make any positive contribution that seems to support Simon Ekpa, when you drop the phone, they will say, oh, saboteur. He's a sabo. That's all. So my brothers, that's what I'm saying, that we are in a big mess.
Thank you.
In our leadership.
Thank you. Oninke Chineke, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. In a closing remark, because I would like to round up exactly 5 hours. So, because I think we have made a lot of points. In a closing remark, what do you have to say on what is going on? Our man, Ogodo man, didn't give his closing remark, but nevertheless, thank him. God bless him for his wonderful wisdom and contribution here. At least we hold something in our hands today. So, Mwachineke, please, can you in 2 to 3 minutes or 1 to 3 minutes make your point and give your closing remark?
Okay. One of our sisters, I think she's the one that just come back now. She once talked that we need to support our security men. Now, we need money. And what I think that we have to do is to have a special program where we will teach people on how to contribute or donate through online. Because a lot of people right now might be looking for a way to make a contribution through online. But the process, they don't know it. So I think we need to make a program about that in order to teach them so that they can be able to contribute on the security. Because without money, they cannot be able to do a lot of things. So that is it, and that is my closing remark, Martineke.
Thank you, and God bless you for your wonderful contribution. And also, may God bless you for your effort, because I'm seeing your effort. You are working day and night to make sure that this kingdom of God on earth is being restored. So may Elohim bless you and your household.
Yes, sir.
You see, know that the Biafrans are solidly behind you. Now, let us hear from Snow White, Frederick. In 1 minute, can you give us your closing remark and the word Biafra restoration?
Hello.
Go ahead.
My closing remark was consistency, and also following the truth, regardless of where it's going to take where it's taking us to. That is my closing remark. Also, I want to encourage every Biafran to support our security men on ground. Donate to ESN for the protection of our families, our farms, our mothers, our children, our brothers and sisters in the land. That is my closing remark. Thank you to Achebe. Thank you to my brother. Thank you to Uche. Thank you to Odinkema and so many people that have come to this platform today. I think we are moving in the right direction. So I will encourage all of us to remain consistent, remain on the truth. That is my closing remark. Thank you.
Thank you, Wachineke. May Elohim bless you.
Amen.
My sister, Uche.
Okay, my Mazachabe and all of you, my brothers.
I will keep Eze here because he is the lion.
he always take the last lap.
I agree with her.
Yes. Okay, yes, depending on what others said, I'm standing on it to say that we need to support our gallant men. And I think everybody, if I may say, can we listen to Simon Epa last night about our ESN? Because Nigerian government think that for whatever reason that they have already, finished them or kill all of them or whatever. From yesterday broadcast from Simon, I learned a different way. So that security that our leader found, it is his legacy. All his what will I call it? His hope is on this ESN, and that if that ESN continues to get our support, then we will have hope, because that is the only thing that we hope help us. So we need to contribute to their welfare. And for we to do it, we have to find a proper channel where the money will reach them, if you understand what I'm saying. And you see, because not
every Biafran know where to pay his or her money. So that is not what we'll be discussing here, because there we have made everybody know account. I will not force anyone. So it's by choice. Anyone you like, you go.
Okay.
Yes.
But to me, I would like to know that I put my money where it will reach the people. You understand? Exactly. So I thank all of you, my brothers. Let's continue to work, not to give up, and let our effort bear fruit, that our leader will be coming out, and his legacy, his hope for ESN will still be there for him, because that is where he back on. Thank you, my brothers.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless you and your household. There are news, unverified news that is reaching me now, that unknown group of gunmen attacked DSS headquarters Abuja, and they shoot several times. It was they lasted for many hours before they now move. So, but this news, I have not verified it. So the one that is happening today now. So, and after this broadcast, I will try to know if it is true, because that DSS headquarters is where our leader is. And if something like that happened, that means our leader's life is in danger, because we know the only thing that will make any person to go to DSS to go and shoot is because of our leader. So on this note, I will come to Ezechigozie.
Thank you so much, my lovely comrade. You remember what I put?
I'd like to give you more time so that
is the will of God, my brother, because I'm very, very, since yesterday, just like Moku, they do this in every day, my brother, because there's something, the ways of God is not the ways of man.
Exactly.
If they tell me, say, this kind of thing could happen this kind of time, I don't believe it. I believe that we're in another new dimension. And our sister, thank him for bringing about, if you see everybody that came to this program today, everybody is very positive about Simon Ekpa. And we all, nobody is a child. That's one mistake these people are making. And we should understand we are fighting against principalities and rulers of darkness. In everything we are doing, Ochukwu Kikabioma has the final say. The many shall surely gather, and they shall fall. It's either you are for good in this life or you are for bad. But they shouldn't forget there's what they call karma. If they don't believe it, it's real. A time will come, the rock of God will start visiting them. God is so patient. That's why the grace is always given to everybody to amend his evil ways and understand that there is nothing in this life rather than love. Love is the energy that substitutes every negative spirit that want to steal what does not belong to you, instead of you working for your own or answering. Say, ans, it's better. Mazi Achebe, I like this, your watch. What does it mean? It's in your tongue. Rather for me to they look you with one eye, they find mistake where be say you go the bath, I will steal them. That thing would never, you can forgive me, but it will never delete in your brain. And you will give me distance. You see, in everything that is happening here today, I always tell you, take notice of people that is with you. I take a good footstep of Mars and Simon Ekpa. You know what mistake these people are making? Anytime you are pushing Simon Ekpa, he's more strong. Anytime you are pushing Simon Ekpa, he's more strong. And I want you to be, I not be say I want you, you are like that. This year, this 2022 is a Marcia Chebe 2022 is no man of no nonsense. You know, say before he did soft. But the way you
everybody
yeah, so when you are doing program, I said, nah, Marcia Chebe don't change you. You know, nonsense. So is everything in life is a process. And I am very, you see, as a day here now, even though I sleep now, they sleep well, because since all this saga start happening, my brother, everywhere I am, the only if I did like this, the only place where my spirit in Amaz and Nandekalo. I say, how can these people who say that they follow this agitation for many years, they don't know where Mazen Nandekalo is, so they don't have, brother. See, anybody that's against this struggle, or Simon Ekpa, I attacking you. These people don't. Anybody that's attacking you doesn't love Mazen Nandekalo. Take it or leave it. Take it or leave it. So the greatest thing you can ask in this struggle, Wakonoche, wisdom and no nonsense. Before all these things start going viral everywhere, as some people they even forget that we're in social media. They forget. because of waiting. I can't say Abagan. Brother, time will come. You get some people will be say you don't go see on social media again. Time will come. Some people go change and their real name when they start this Biafra struggle. They go to change them. They watch. Because of Guinea, the truth will be coming out every day. You see this 2022, whoa, day, my brother, trumpet will sound. You see this year is the last fight for Jubri. This year, my brother, there's something I wanted to tell you before, and many people are listening to you. This Nigeria issue is they are doing everything very fast because very soon these people will go outside from power. They will go outside. So anything they have now this year 2022. The last battle, and the marketing I they tell you, this 2022, a lot of even there's something I don't want to talk here. Somebody for East, something will happen to one governor or two, something will happen. Now them will do something to themselves. Mwaka. Now them. Mazen Nadekalo is a prophet. You see that word Ikuroketa now, be the two way will happen this year, 2022. Mark this word. Something will happen. I think you don't see who pose of the man Rogers or Korocha. They happen. Something will happen. Now the same party then they will, but what you think they happen? Something will happen. This year 2022, you know, go past them too. Because of the evil they did. When these people they are in a secret court. They see them like politicians, they are in a secret court. And the secret courts where they join are for not, they go join the secret courts because of power. But see that power where they go to find now useless power because of their they don't have legacy. They have money, but that money is just nothing. But they will oppose of them till the day it will go down. His legacy will never be remain that negative. So we learn from all these things we are doing, my brother. All I'm encouraging you, Mazi, you're on the right track. Nobody force you. Nobody. And you are born for this. I always tell you that you are going somewhere. So everything, God will be sending people to you, but take notice of everything. I always tell you, say, like that brother we talk, he go and boss you. And every time you get people that come to you, meditate on it. It doesn't need to speak in tongue. It's just it doesn't need to. You just anybody that is coming to you, let it don't be a disappointment to the love you're going to show to the person. The same thing goes to me because anything I want to say to you, I use myself as an example. I will not disappoint you, my brother, and I always talk it. If I disappoint you, Allah Biafra. Why I use that word? Make I remember what I tell you. I will not disappoint you, and I will never disappoint Biafra people. If I disappoint Biafra people, Allah Biafra. I'm saying it because it's my reminder for me to be very careful in my utterances of my words. I'm not for Biafra for anything than for we to get our freedom and for Mazin Nande Kalu or Hamadike, one of Africa. He will come outside there, and if he's coming out there, he's coming out with Biafra. I'm telling you, it will mark this word. My brother Mazin Nande Kalu have paid the price. He has paid the bosom price. My brother, do you know the meaning of to go prison the first time and go the second time? The third time, the second time they come outside and the freedom. It's a spiritual thing. We have been in the bondage since we are born, but the yoke has been broken. It is the talisman where they do everything where they do with the British people, with the people that came to colonize people, the Fulani people. The only thing they know is to kill, finish. They don't have no plan because they belong to somewhere underground. People they see them ordinary, but it's a spiritual thing. My brother, they say them be Ismailite. They see Saudi Arabia. They see Dubai. Why they not build Dubai with every money and everything we then get? Why they not build the north like Saudi Arabia or like Dubai? There is evil behind all those things. And the people that is fooling them every time, which is power, is the British people. But brother, don't forget what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said to every one of us. You see, this is British people. I can't see Gabakwa Haneke. Something terrible will happen, but some people don't believe it because those of they call them those of no faith. Some people don't even know that Chinekuchu Chukwukikabioma day. They don't even. Some people don't even believe there is God existence. Some people have lost. They have been lost. But it's our own responsibility for we to show them what it means to be a leader. The people that is going to bring Biafra, not all these people they rant, is a gift from God. And what is that gift? Stand by the truth. That is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is conquering every of them. It's not because of money. It's not because of anything. Look at someone like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu today now. His wife, his child, lost great gallant man, lost his father, lost his mother. Why do you think God will not answer Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who God Chukwukikabioma sent him? Me personally, I have a big challenge with God, Chukwukikabioma. I have a big challenge with him, which is my creator. See, if you really call Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for this struggle, may you never disappoint him, Elohim. May you, he can only suffer the flesh, you cannot suffer the spirit. You can suffer the flesh, but you cannot suffer the spirit. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have paid every price. So what I want to tell you today, my brother, thank you so much for bringing us together. I would like more of this. The consistency which you are doing. Let's keep the fire burning, my brother. I really thank you so much, my comrade. May Chukwukikabioma bless every one of us in this platform. May Chukwukikabioma bless you, Mazi Achebe. May Chukwukikabioma bless your household and fill you with energy and wisdom. And we're going to get to our promised land, the land of the rising sun. May Chukwukikabioma bless every one of us. And this program is taking us to the promised land. May God bless you. It's well. Bless you. Bless you.
I really appreciate you. Once again, welcome to Mazi Achebe Paul, Biafra Unity TV. In case you don't know who is talking, my name is Mazi Achebe Paul, MAP Ezoku Bundu, one of Biafra land. One name. The issue we treated today is, have the Biafrans corrected the mistake? Have we corrected the mistake that led to Biafran to surrender in the 1967 to 1970? And in case you don't know what are those mistakes, one of the mistakes is by not engage by farming. We failed because we depend on imported food. So after the war, the Nigerians used hunger to treat Biafrans, to kill many Biafrans, to strike like measles. They use hunger strike to finish us. Have we corrected that mistake by going into farming? The answer is no. Another one is, have we learned that Nigeria is not for us by investing in our land instead of going to the north or the west? The answer is no. That's why if you go to the north today, go to the west, you will see Biafrans investing more than in Biafra land, and they are using it to fight us. Another one, during the Biafran war, we use our hand to produce every weapon we use. What happened to those people, their talent, the production of weapons? Why didn't we capitalize and hide under the zoo government and make a factory in the east that we continue? Even if we are producing it to give the zoo, but the factory is in our land and it will help our people. We failed. So on that note, I will drop the curtain here. But I have one advice to everyone, especially IPOB member and Biafrans. If you are in this struggle, you must not learn how to develop hatred. I must not speak what you like. If you don't like what I'm talking, don't listen, go away. Coming to comment section to be writing rubbish, it will not give you Biafra. And if you think that if Biafra is restored, an illiterate like that idiot in South Africa will become anything in Biafra land, the person must be deceiving him or herself. So Biafra is for everyone. And IPOB is not a family business. IPOB is a nation, and we are fighting for nation. You must know that we are one family, and nobody is more Biafran more than anyone. I advise every Biafrans who are residing in the north to know that I smile and I laugh. It will take you unaware. And every Biafrans must know that we must not rule out that Nigeria cannot declare war against Biafra in this 2020, in this 21st century. If many other countries are fighting war, Nigeria can also declare war for you to fight it. So you must prepare. Why Ojukwu was taken unaware is because Ojukwu never thought that Nigeria can declare war against the Biafrans. The same way many of us are thinking that it's impossible for Nigeria to declare war against us. We must take that out. They can do it. On this note, I say may Elohim bless Mazin Nnamdi Kanu and our legal teams and ESN. May Elohim guide and protect everyone who are genuinely fighting for this very movement for Biafra to be restored. May Elohim guide and protect Mazi Achebepo. May Elohim guide and protect everyone who bring out his or her time to contribute on this program and those who listen. May Elohim guide and protect every one of us. Like Onyendu said, that if you know what you can do for Biafra to come, do it. On this note, I am supporting anyone who is calling for Monday sit at home, Friday sit at home, Sunday sit at home, any civil disobedient. Mazi Achebe is in support of that. Anyhow, you know you can do it for Biafra to be restored. I am in support of it. So I support every group who is doing anything for Biafra to be restored. You have my support. On this note, thank you and remain blessed until I come your way again. And I must continue preaching this gospel truth because it's a promise I made to myself, not to anyone. I'll never join Biafra to please any person. I joined Biafra to fight for my freedom. So whatever I am doing here today is for my freedom. So may Elohim guide and protect you all. He said, thank you and remain blessed.